Greetings from the archive. Give me a moment. There's a little bit of scuff. Chat, we did not manage a scuffless start today. I'm sorry. I did my best. How's everyone doing tonight? Give me a moment while I get things properly up and running. Hopefully I did this part correctly. Please? Okay. We have music. Perfect. Oh, chat, are we on the VOR speed run today? Is that the plan? Is that the objective? Is the VOR speed run today? Huh? Looking through Anna's archive for things to read? Hey, good luck. We do adore Anna's archive. Honestly, incredible resource. I will not explain too much what it is, just in case Twitch decides to smite me, but good shit. Hi everybody, hello, I'm Archivist, I'm your loud punk bastard on the internet, and I'm currently trying to figure out how the fuck I get my capture card to work. Because please? 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 I would like it very bad, I would like it very much if it functioned. Definitely don't check out Anna's archive, wink wink nudge nudge. Shout out to Anna's archive. I have sourced the problem. I figured out the issue. I know what the... God damn it. I found the problem. I did it! I did it, chat! Greetings from the archive. Give me like there's one more thing I need to fix, and then we can like actually start stream, okay? If I do this, then we're normal. Once I fix this, transform, center to screen. I did it, chat. I'm such a good streamer. Chat, world's greatest Twitch streamer. He's so talented. He's so talented, chat. Give me a moment. Welcome on in. Congrats to Wonder for the first. Hello, Araya. Let's see. Wasteland Radio. Femi Emmy, Mockingbird, Omega Scales, Dragoness Haley, Barbara Bye Bye, Astra Arts. Let's see. Yax, Noivern, how have you been? It's been a hot minute. Tequila Coma, Calliope Clark, Virgil Lyrie, Mockingbird. Let's see. Femi Emmy again, Omega Scales, Rowan, Celestial Muffin. Apologies if I'm missing names. Hello, Wasteland Radio, Astra Arts, Techhead Zero, definitely Fuse. Thank you for the scuff. Napalm Iguana, been a hot minute. How have you been? Let's see. No eyes for you, always a pleasure. Bark, bite, bite. I'm scrolling like my life depends on it right now, chat. Shout out, of course, to Hanaki Live. That's my son. Hello, Peru as well. Dice Mistress. Sinister Mushroom Index page. It's lovely to see everybody. Hello, JM. What's everyone been up to today? Queer Devil as well. Hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. And if you're not, chat, if you're, for some reason, for whatever reason it may be, not having a wonderful evening, I'll bite you. Will that help? Chat, if I bite you, will that help? Of course, Zelda. Welcome on in. And thank you for the for the follow, FM Masochist. Incredible. I hope everyone's doing absolutely amazing. I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues, causing problems, committing chaos, as I'm off to do. It's lovely to see you. Apologies for the little bit of a scuff start. We're gonna be doing some art today while we talk, while we chat. It's been a hot minute since I've done an art stream, so I'll admit, like, I'm a little bit anxious. It's been a while since I've done this. It's been a hot minute, so please do be patient with me while I try to remember what the hell I'm doing. We might have to like borrow some resources even and some assets from like the previous outfit, but we're gonna be working actually on the second outfit for my VTuber son, which I have owed him for way too long. It is time, chat, that this boy gets a change of clothes. He's been wearing the same thing for too long. Y'all know when cartoon characters like have one singular outfit? Y'all know when, like, when a fucking fictional character only has, like, one go-to outfit and never does anything else? and you wonder like how many copies of that outfit must they have before they start to smell and stink. We're fixing that today, chat. We're fixing that. He's gonna have more clothes now. Maybe moving soon. Congratulations. I hope that goes well. Congrats on the move. Definitely a scary process. I've been through it myself. If there's any way I can give any advice, let me know. Been nervous. Supposed to go to a family gathering tomorrow. My partner will be meeting a lot of my family. I hope it goes well. I send all my love like him. You'll be okay, I promise. Built like a wonderful chicken tender? How dare you? What the fuck? Why are you like this? Have a new job. We'll possibly moving in with my partner if everything goes well. Hell yeah, queer devil. That is a fucking beauty right there. Proud of you. Chat, I know I'm where a lot of people like get their advice even on how they make local friends and shit, but how do I make local friends? I've been at a loss lately, not gonna lie. In any case, we keep on fighting. I need to find the outfit reference for this, because we gotta work on this boy's second outfit. I know I was given a reference at some point. I know I was given a reference. Oh, I found it. So the reference I was given for the second outfit, at least for the vibe, chat, for the vibe, is this. So we're gonna be getting fancy with it. We're gonna be getting very fancy with it. I kind of really want to lean into the corset kind of energy, like the waist thing. I don't know if there's a specific word for it where it's like just around the waist, but I kind of want to lean into that very hard here. We can do a really big flowy cape. We can do like some really, really flowy sleeves. I could throw a mask in there even. I can do something with this. I would love to do gloves actually. I would love to do some fancy gloves. That would be fun. I could make that happen. Chat, I might be having some ideas. Victorian vampire aesthetic. For those who have not met this character here, Hanaki, my VTuber child, the existing outfit. Where is it? The existing outfit looks like this, which I like, don't get me wrong, but I think it's very simple. And I honestly think it's a little bit red heavy. And I think with this here, we have an opportunity to bring in more black and just use the red as the highlights and the pops, you know? Welcome on in, B. Barker by Bite. It is very vampire. You gotta get that mask toggle. I would love to put some kind of mask toggle in there. I feel like I could do something very interesting with that. I could absolutely work with this. I'm kind of excited, actually. I'm kind of excited. And I think I get the opportunity here to lean more into silver with jewelry and whatnot. Is this artist's first model update? So this was part of the original commission, but got delayed by a few months, because that's just how it goes sometimes. I've been as communicative as I can be. This commission, though, has taken a while, and I'm finally sitting down and working on the second outfit a couple months after the debut. It was a situation where, like, we needed something debut ready, and I was gonna work on the second outfit when I got a chance. Unfortunately, I'm too busy for my own good. Gotta get the masquerade mask for the model. Absolutely. Hello, and Sarah Bear. Bye bye. Also, sorry to anyone who I haven't had a chance to greet yet. But I like this. I like this a lot. This will be fun. I think we have some very fun potential here, chat. I think we have some very, very fun potential here. Silver on a mystical creature VTuber? I mean, I don't actually know what Hanaki is. I don't actually know what he is. I should ask him that. I'm like, hello, son. What the fuck are you? I don't know what he is. Chat, I'm a terrible father. Chat, I am a horrible father. I don't know anything about my kid. I don't know anything about my kid. He's a chicken tender of silver? Okay, sure, whatever. Casually approach child, son, what the fuck are you? The answer's probably gonna be autistic. With all the love in the world. Said with all the love in the world. But no, how's everyone been? What's everyone up to? It's so lovely to see folks. This is like the first time I'm doing an art stream in a while, so I'm definitely trying to remind myself like how I do this. But I'm excited to be here, excited to create, as per always, excited to make shit. And I'm very, very excited. I'm repeating myself a lot. Are you a great father because you accept him no matter what? I think I am a terrible father, actually. AE, maybe you aren't the father. I don't know. I kind of made him with my own two talons. You know, I did kind of make him with my own two talons. All right, got a very low resolution photo here to work with as like a little bit of a reference as we go through the sketching phase here. Apparently my AC isn't fixed. We had the repair guys come out again and they found a leak bad enough that they're not going to bother with repairs and just replace it. Damn, I hope they're able to replace it quickly. That is horrid. But you can stick around for a lot longer, but sadly gotta go out and be gay in an hour. No worries, no worries. Go be gay. I am realizing, so the existing outfit already has the kind of like waist corset thing. And that has me actually questioning what direction I should take this in. Because I don't want these outfits to be too similar. You know, I want to make sure that these outfits do serve different functions. And I'm trying to figure out what I do with this one to meaningfully distinct it vibes-wise. You know? I'm trying to think what I do to meaningfully distinct this. Dad, I'm gay. Since when the fuck do I have a son? Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm trying to think what I do to meaningfully distinct this, aside of like layer upon layer, I guess. We'll figure something out, chat. This is not for my model. This is for my my son. This is for my client, Hanaki. Welcome on in, the wingman. Bark bye bye. I had a lot more femme elements if that's a vibe they like. I would have to ask about that. I could see that working. I do think this is a more like formal outfit. I think the energy I am getting is like this is meant to be more performative, like a masquerade kind of outfit, you know? And I'll have to ask if there's any specific wants with that aside of like this one reference photo I've been given. Definitely going to go something very fluffy with the sleeves, and I think the long gloves are going to be smart. I think the long gloves are going to be an energy. Let me make a sketch layer for this. There, okay. The androgynous Victorian boy. It's something. I'm here for it. Just staying cool. Hey, hang in there. Listen, as a Floridian, God, I know a thing or two about heat. It is a struggle, but you're doing great. No, I think the tall gloves are an energy that I'm gonna want to lean into. And like big, poofy, fluffy sleeves. You know? Like, we can do something very nice with that. I love the unnecessary belt buckles on the gloves. So much drama. I kinda... Okay, chat. One of my character design loves, one of my unnecessary, like, nonsensical character design loves, I adore when a character has, like, 3 or 4 belts. I love when a character design features an unfunctional number of belts. Like, you do not need that many belts. You do not need that many belts in your outfit. It just makes it less convenient. It doesn't make sense to have that many belts. But sometimes you need a character that just has like 5 belts on. One sec. I do have a couple of my like guilty pleasures in my own model. You know, like I do have 2 belts on. I guess you could argue 3. Like I'm not... Chat, I'm not immune to this shit. I got more than 1 belt on. I love when a design has, like, multiple belts for style. I actually do this IRL as well, where I'll, like, layer a couple belts. I got the silly little fingerless glove only on one hand. For me, design guilty pleasure is the transition gradient hands. That shit, I don't know, it scratches something in my brain. I can't tell you what, but it does. It scratches something in my brain. Final Fantasy amount of belts is peak character design. Yeah, yeah, it really is. I adore it. Hello, Gojira. Bye bye. Also, hello, Lupin. How have you been? Oh, I should mention and bring up and talk about chat. I did a big rework to our Discord server the other day. So there's a bunch of new channels, a bunch of big changes that have kind of like ironed out details. A whole new rule set. I finally took the time to make a bunch of the updates to the Discord server that I have been waiting on and putting off for like a year. Many of these have been in the works for over a year, so that I've been kind of putting off for a very long time. I did accidentally break a couple things. Some of the reaction rules and whatnot, little bit broken, but bunch of new stuff in the Discord. And if you are a VIP or a paying subscriber, you now have access to a couple unique channels, including a behind the scenes channel where I'm going to be occasionally posting like little secret details and works in progresses and whatnot. I've already shared in there a couple details about someone who you all haven't gone to meet yet, but that I hope you one day will. His name's Harper, and I want to kill him. I hate him. He's the worst. He's the worst guy. You all will know who he is eventually someday. Chat, sometimes you just gotta take the worst guy ever and rotate him in your mind. I've added as many garters, belts, and harnesses to my redesign as I could without restricting logical movements. I get it. Listen, I love that for you, Neuven. I wonder, what if I threw a harness on this boy? 1 second. Chat, do you think I could get away with putting a harness on this boy? I think it's worth. I think it would fit the vibe. I think it would fit the energy. I just need to like pick a style. Like there's the harnesses that are almost star-shaped. Give me a second. I'm looking at like some harness ideas and whatnot. Um like okay. Fully safe for work image, a little bit suggestive, but you know, it's chat thoughts. You know? Will you get kicked out of the subscriber only channel if your subscription runs out? Yes, but you will be able to rejoin it if you ever get a subscription again. But chat thoughts. Hello, Woo as well. Bye bye. How are you doing today? Like I think this might be an energy. I think this might be an energy. Um but lovely to see you, Woo. Just existing, hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Proud of you. Existing is hard sometimes. I'm proud of you for continuing to be here and fighting. Hello, Shelfa, as well. Thank you so much, Haley, for the gift sub to Lyrie as well. I hope you all know that, like, any income I make off of content creation does allow me to better live my life and to, like, you know, exist. I'm not able to make updates to my content or to even, like, really afford to live without the money I make off of content creation, so it means the world. There's never any obligation to spend money on me. There's never any obligation to give me shit. But if you desire to, it means so much. Like, I cannot afford groceries without y'all. I love fashion. People are so creative. Agreed. I think people get incredibly, like, inventive with fashion in some really interesting ways. And I'm having some thoughts and feelings about how to make this work in the design. I'm looking at a slightly different reference that I think might fit this. Okay, so the big decision I have to make, chat. Actually, I don't think it'll matter with the cloak. Because it's the question of whether I do the upside down or upright star. But I think it I think I do like how the upside down looks better, and so long as the cloak is there, it shouldn't be a problem. Because I won't have to worry too much about the shoulder parts looking weird. I think I'm onto something. Kind of looks like a pentagram design on the harness, which I absolutely love. People do some creative stuff. Hit 52k words in the book so far? Hell yeah! Feel like we're getting to the end of the first draft? I'm proud of you! Honestly, that's a massive step. You're doing amazing. You were doing absolutely incredible, and I'm so proud of you. Alright, so I do want, like, right here at the bottom of the rib cage to be a point where I'm going to extend off two belts here, you know? One that... Where do I have the shirt ending on the first one? Yeah, I want it to be relatively high. So I think I want to have a pair of belts here and then another one dripping down over the hips. Maybe a little bit lower than that. Let me check the previous outfit real quick. Yeah, okay. So I want here. Chat, bear with me. I'm figuring out the vision. I'm figuring it out. I might have to bring it up higher actually. Yeah, I think I need to make that a little bit larger. I will do this, however. Chat, I think I'm a genius. I think I'm on to something. I think I'm on to something. Just noticed VIP is 250k. Was it not 150 recently? Yes, there's only like 12 slots left. So unfortunately, I have to do what I gotta do. Chat, I think I am a genius. I think I am a genius. My daily fit is pretty simple, but even just little styling I've done, I really like it. Feels me. Nice step up from hoodie and wind pants used to wear everywhere. Hey, I'm proud of people for like taking the time to learn how to dress themselves in the way they want. Like I know that's not easy. Um, like learning how to dress yourself and how to express yourself through your clothes is not easy. Most people are not taught that skill. And so taking the time to learn and embrace your own style, I think, is very beautiful and admirable. And I'm so proud of you. All right. Did make it. I'm in the 1/300s. Hey, you'll get there eventually, hopefully. And we do have the ability to eventually get more slots. It just requires having a very active chat, you know? The thing that unlocks us more slots for the VIP is having a very active chat. But no, like learning how to dress yourself is a skill, and it is not a thing that a lot of people are taught, especially if you exist in alternative spaces or aren't really like driven by common styles. I there's work that goes into learning how to make yourself happy in your own appearance and your own skin. Um, Hell, like to all of the trans people who are still learning how to dress in ways that they find affirming, I'm proud of you. It's not easy. And you are fighting hard to figure yourself out, and I think that is beautiful, and that is something to like fucking celebrate. Good on you. I know it's frustrating at times, not getting taught those lessons, but like if it helps at all, like as an alt person, I've had to learn a lot of that shit too, just in my own ways. Do, 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 do. I didn't. I wasn't born looking cool, you know. That's such a weird takeaway from that whole rant and sentence. Chad, I wasn't born looking cool. Chat, I wasn't born looking cool. I think I might need to make the whole cape a lot wider, but I think that might be okay. Hmm. 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 And I do think the sleeves need to be a bit longer here, but I think that might be okay. I do like this shape. I think I need to just make the whole thing bulkier and wider and to take up more space. Like I think if I do some shit like this, that'll help. Okay. I think something like that actually works really well. Hello, Drakewood. Before my bite, I have no idea what's going on, but the art looks amazing. Thank you. We're currently working on a second outfit for my VTuber child. This is Hanaki Live. Throws a mini ice cream sundae at AE, eats it, bites it very hard. Bites you very hard. Trinity to gift for a friend, but I'm like the worst gatekeeper ever. He likes D&D, so I think I'm gonna get him some dice. I mean, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, go to a local game store and get something a bit nice, you know? Or find a small business online. Brain. Chat, can I complain about something? Can I complain about something? Chat, I was on the internet earlier, as you know, a guy is sometimes. I was on the internet, and there is another trans content creator who I know a lot of people in my audience have like spoken about enjoying and watching in the past. And who was like listed as someone who I share a lot of audience with over on YouTube. Said prominent trans content creator, one of her most recent YouTube video thumbnails is AI generated. So, you know, that was a pretty instant unfollow for me. Welcome on in, Aspen like the tree. I actually was not on the internet early. I did not get internet access until I was about 16. I was not someone who was on the internet very early. Running on like 4 hours of sleep and lots of caffeine. I mean, mood, I'm very much the same today, Gracie. That's how it goes, though. Keep on loving, keep on fighting. I reached the thing that scares AE. Shared in mod chat. Incredible. Oh, not what I meant, but awesome. Huh? Huh? What did you mean then? I mean, I was on the internet earlier, if that's what you mean. I was yapping. I was causing problems. I was chatting with folks. Apologies. I think I missed the intention. Oh, like earlier today. If there was some news, I missed it. I'm gonna be so honest. If there was some big news that hit today, I've missed it. Always a shame when somebody thinks chill uses AI. Like, this was already someone who I wasn't a great fan of, but like a lot of people in my audience seemed to like, so I was like, maybe there was value in checking her out more. But then she's using AI in her shit. And chat, I don't want to be someone to start shit. I don't want to start drama. But if I see another content creator utilizing generative AI in their content, that is a pretty immediate, like, I am not associating kind of thing, you know? I if I see another creator using generative AI in their work, especially for something that simple, that is a very immediate fuck off, you know? Who should we be shaming? I don't want to search it or be an ass. But if any of y'all follow Sharon, if any of y'all follow Sharon, recognize the stick thingy stickers on your laptop? Yeah, OM. It's OM. Oh, just being on the internet is a mistake generally. Got it. Sorry. I'm not the best at reading tones sometimes. That's how it goes. Before I forget to tell chat, my channel points changed from K to million. Terrifying, Zelda. What the fuck? Alright. Yeah. One of the most recent chat. Okay. I never want to start drama. I never want to be a problem. You know. But this is AI. One of the most recent video thumbnails, and this is AI. And I was talking to another friend who's also a trans creator about it, and she was telling me how this creator, like, she cut ties with her because in past conversations, Sharon told her that any creator who does not have another job, if they aren't posting 4 times a day, they're not doing enough. And essentially, like, you know, shamed people for having slow upload times and pushed that, like, a very quantity over quality kind of approach, and also apparently plagiarized one of her videos. Like the first half of the script of one of her recent videos is literally plagiarized from one of my friend's videos, almost word for word. So using AI for word art, but if you look at the word memes there, like, that's very clearly AI generated. Yeah, it was very recent. Yeah, in the last week, plagiarized one of my friend's videos. So Lolamau. I am not going to be associating with this person, unfortunately. Warning to anyone who does enjoy or engage with her content. That's AI. Might have had them my watch later. So to clarify and to show exactly why this is AI, give me a moment. I can pull this up. But the big bits that are suspect on this and the reasons it immediately, and apparently I heard from this friend that, like, she has defended AI use in the past, so this is not like a new behavior. But let me grab the image. So, low quality screenshot, but we're gonna make it work. There we go. Put this down. Lines of the flag aren't aligned, plus that random pink on the leg of the M. So the big thing that's a red flag to me, you'll notice there is a pale pink outline around most of the letters. Why does this pale pink outline that's like a couple pixels wide, why is it missing here? That was my first big immediate red flag. Because if this was like just an actual outline that was placed around the words, it wouldn't be disappearing there, or also disappearing like up here. That's a big red flag. Other like inconsistencies are going to be in where the, you know, letters are split. You can see, like, for some reason, the side of this M is pink here when it's blue here. It's not consistent along there or between the letters in any particular way. What the fuck is going on here? That feels weird and off. This is very clearly AI. Like, the under the M, like, this is AI. Unfortunately, I'm very disappointed. This is definitely AI. There is no, like, I would be incredibly shocked if this wasn't AI. And I don't know if it was intentionally AI, but whether or not it was, there's been defensive AI in the past. as well as literally plagiarizing a friend of mine's video. So, you know, not a fan. This is AI. There's like AI generated art as well, that like apparently she's posted on Blue Sky and whatnot. So like, don't like that. Don't like that. Not a fan. Assuming you made this without AI, you'd make the text with a transparent text, then put the trans flag behind it, and not add the flag to each letter individually. And I mean, you can do that, but then why on the sides of the letters is it different? You know, why is it different on the sides of the letters? That is Sharon. One sec. Let me pull up the channel. Fuck it. I'll be a little bit of a bitch. I don't like starting shit, but it's not like I have any ties to this person anyway. Or Sharon. It's not like I have any ties to this person anyway. Aside from the fact that some people in my audience have spoken highly in the past, and that's why I was subscribed. This individual, her. This so the thumbnail of this also looks very AI. The trans flag literally does not even have the correct stripes in the "You Are Trans" video, and it is also literally like the first half of the script is almost identical to a video that a friend of mine made like 2 weeks ago. So, huh, huh. Not a fan. Big red flag. Paid money for channel opening. They used AI. Pretty sure of it. They swear they didn't. Like, how do I say? It definitely happens where people accidentally get AI assets, but like if you're making YouTube thumbnails that are that simple to that degree, and you're using AI, like this is just text, you know? I promise you can make something like that in under an hour. Very easily by hand, even if you don't know what you're doing. That's definitely AI. That shit's definitely AI, and she plagiarized a friend of mine's video, so I'm like, She also apparently, like, put down that friend for not uploading often enough, and explicitly said to that friend that if you're, like, not uploading at least 4 times a day, if you don't have a job, then you're, like, not doing enough, and, like, I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with that. I don't like when any content creator uses generative AI, but it makes me particularly upset when it's a leftist of some sort. Agreed, yeah. Like, apparently has defended generative AI as well in the past. I'm like, not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. But these are like, how do I say? It's extremely simple. They're extremely simple assets that like you can make in a matter of minutes, and AI generating that, like, it's very obviously AI generated, and I don't fuck with that. But you know. Yeah, like when your thumbnails are literally just text on a plain background, I'm like, what are you AI generating at that point, you know? That's just an absurd thing to AI generate. Not a fan. And I was just very disappointed to see another trans creator like openly using what is very obvious AI. Like apparently, according to some folks I know, has openly how do I say, defended generative AI use as well in the past. So like I don't trust it. That make lots of videos thing also feels very productivity slash capitalism. Yeah, like I'm gonna, how do I say? Thank you so much for the follow. Bumper by Might. Recognize the song, but I can't remember where it's from. That was I forget the name of the song, but it's Bo Burnham. It's from Inside. How do I say? I love my fellow trans creators, but there's a lot of issues I see in like the wider trans content creation space that bother me at times. A lot of which boil down to a single-mindedness and a lack of like critical analysis of shit. Like a lot of trans content creators only want to talk about trans issues and refuse to do so in a way that is more deep and critical. And it's a lot of like very repetitive work, and like no fucking shame to them for making that in and of itself. Ultimately, you know, content creators got to do what brings in the views and whatnot, but like I wish I saw more trans creators who were willing and interested in expanding the notion and pushing the boundaries. I wish I saw more trans content creators who were willing to talk about more than just trans issues and to like dig into wider leftist conversations, who actually cared for social issues aside of just trans ones. Like I have my issues with wider trans spaces online. There's often so little regard for intersectionality, uh, and for like, how do I say, for any societal or social issues outside of just being trans. Hello, Vexgal, bye bye. But no, like, I'm the kind of person where I can only put out a video a couple times a year because I fucking make really long, really intense shit that digs into philosophy, and I enjoy that. I want to make content that is challenging, that gets into deep, nuanced conversations, that says new things that you can't or haven't heard elsewhere. But that's also just my fucking approach. This perfect video is just trans or things, even if it's agree, it's interesting and I enjoy it. Real and valid. No, real and valid. I enjoy making weird, challenging art. I want to make art. Like, one of the big goals with my work is, like, I want to make work that challenges people, that forces people to think, that pushes the lines of, what people know and think and understand. When I get comments with people disagreeing with me or getting upset at me, sometimes to me that is the indication that I'm doing something correct. That I am pushing lines in some way. And I appreciate getting to do that. How is Twitch TOS? So actually Twitch does have very specific guidelines around nudity. I am currently fully within the bounds of Twitch TOS. So Twitch has an official attire policy. Can I find... This is a good enough image. Can I just open the image? Open image in new tab. There we go. All right, so. This is an image that like another artist uses for an example. But when it comes to, and this includes for VTubers, when it comes to like what you can or cannot show clothing wise on Twitch, there are rules in place. And typically, so long as the like hips are covered, you're fine. And of course, like, because this is typically the case with these sites, you also need to avoid showing like too much under boob, side boob, cleavage, etc. But because I'm currently working with like a male character model, I don't have to worry too much about that side of things. It is just like the not having the hips or like genital areas exposed that matters. And like as long aside of that, so long as you're not drawing attention to those areas, you're usually fine. I intentionally have any potentially sensitive areas of the model covered here, and I am sketching an outfit over top. It's very clear that like I am not intentionally producing content which is drawing attention to like sexual body parts or features. This is all within TOS. Makes no sense you can show boobs and on other or side. Don't take that up with me. Take that up with like, the wider advertiser standards and like, societal standards of what is or is not taboo. I absolutely agree that like there is some really weird biases in the ways in which like women's chests are heavily sexualized and seen as inappropriate, and the lines which are placed around like what is or is not appropriate are always going to be based in those really weird and kind of bullshit conceptions. Uh, but that's not. I'm not the one who makes those calls. These are the rules that Twitch is given, and I agree that some of these rules are a little bit like bizarre and extremely specific. And the reason why they make the rules this level of specific is so that they can have a line 2.2 with like banning people. They updated their attire policy so that they would have a firmer guideline on what could be shown. But like, how do I say? As much as I have my questions and concerns and whatnot with the specificity and certain types of strictness in these guidelines, like it's the guidelines of the website. You know, do I think that it makes very little sense that like women's chests are more heavily sexualized and are expected to be covered in public, and that we have to put such firm boundaries in place around them? Yeah, I think that's weird. I think it is oftentimes unnecessary and speaks to some really weird societal conceptions of like women's bodies. But I'm not the guy who makes those calls. Yes, you cannot have hips visible. The reason why they have these boundaries in place as well, though, is because like the moment you put an explicit line in place, people are going to get as close to the line as possible, and then they're going to start steadily pushing it. And so you need to have that firm line in place, and you need to have that line be like, if you want to promote a platform in specific ways, like you need to set the line, because if there's no line set or the line is not clear enough, people are going to get as close to what they think the line is as possible, no matter what. Like this is a thing. There is so much content on this website which very heavily intends to be like sexual, to be softcore porn and whatnot. There are a lot of creators who intentionally lean into that. These rules are oftentimes written in the wake of violations or in the wake of people pushing the lines and boundaries. And whether or not those boundaries are like fair is a different conversation, for the fact that they're there, you know? Thank you for the sub, Danger Safety, Barper Bye Bye. My big issue when it comes to a lot of like guidelines on websites like this is that typically they are primarily there to serve the interest of advertisers, and so much are conceptions of what is or is not appropriate to host on the internet or to create, or what content is desirable in our spaces, is based around what advertisers presume is appropriate, rather than any actual like measured understanding of how do I say harm appropriateness, etc. For example, the fact that I cannot the fact that I am supposed to limit my swearing on most social media websites for the sake of investors is so bizarre to me. I promise that like everyone over the age of 16 knows the word fuck. And no one's head is going to explode from hearing me say the word fuck. But these boundaries exist because advertisers don't want to be associated with anything taboo or controversial. But how are you doing, safety? Bye bye. It's been a long fucking time. A lot of the content guidelines are determined by advertisers and payment processor companies. Yes, yeah, very much so. That's why, like, sometimes when websites put their TOSs in place, I have to step back and say, like, it's not entirely on them. You know, like, the reason Tumblr banned porn is not because Tumblr's CEO fucking hates porn. It's because the Apple Store was like sent them a formal complaint and notice that if they did not remove NSFW content from the platform, they would get pulled from the App Store, which would cut off a large chunk of their user base, which is where they get their money and get their audience and whatnot. Like, getting taken off an App Store is kind of a death sentence for a lot of apps, you know? A lot of social media websites are very heavily accessed by people. So yeah, it sucks. And maybe we should be a little bit upset at these websites for bending the knee to these corporations. But also, what are you supposed to do when a much larger company which hosts you is saying, we're going to take away all of your revenue and audience if you do not play by our rules? You know? What's up with Tumblr labeling anything involving trans femmes mature content? Oh, that's just because they're transphobic. That's a different conversation. Like, don't get me wrong. Tumblr absolutely has a trans misogyny problem. Don't get me wrong. This is specifically in regards to, like, you know, why they banned porn at this point almost a decade ago. You know? Different conversations. Used to have a really funny visual in my brain when I was a child about swearing of Satan teleporting behind me whenever I said fuck. That's really funny, actually. Capitalism catch-22, need people to fund it to make money, yeah. Like, unfortunately, there are some TOS rules that I have to abide by. Thank you for the follow, Barker by Bite. There are some rules that I have to abide by as a content creator that I wouldn't want to if I had, like, full, you know, realm and control over my content, because I do need to stay on this platform. If I were to get banned or suspended on Twitch, there goes a lot of my income and ability to live. Hello, Mizu, bye bye. And so as a creator, there is an extent to which I do have to follow rules, which may not always align with my ideology, or which may force me to be more restrictive than I want to. You know, the reason why I have to have no violent rhetoric rules is because, yes, partially, you know, I have been real life investigated by the real life FBI, but also because it risks endangering my livelihood, you know? Shit like that. I'm doing quite well today. We're working on a model for a client right now. Barper by Bite. Also, hello, Singularity. Barper by Bite. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. It is unfortunate, but yeah, like, the same goes for, like, Steam. A few months ago, taking down and heavily restricting a lot of NSFW content. They did that at the behest of payment processors, because Visa and MasterCard said, hey, if you don't take this content down, we're going to shut down, you know, any ability of our users to make purchases on your site. And guess what? Those are the two biggest payment processors. If you have a debit card, it probably processes shit through either Visa or MasterCard. Something like that is a death sentence for a website like Steam. And so there's not a whole lot they can do. This goes to show that, like, capitalism, like, fuck capitalism in its entirety, but also capitalism is far from an unbiased system, and the control over what is or is not appropriate, what is or is not sellable, etc., does lie in the hands of a small number of people. There have been content creators who have been debanked and are virtually unable to make, receive, or send money at the hands of content creators because they don't like them. I've seen and heard about and on occasion met content creators, particularly adult creators who are essentially barred off from engaging in the majority of society because they have been debanked by MasterCard and by Visa. And yeah, it sucks that these companies are bending the knee to Visa and MasterCard, but also, what do you do when the two largest payment processors are saying, we're going to cut you off and take away most of your income if you don't comply? What do you do in that situation? It was wild to see happen in real time. Yeah, and it's still happening. Um, what ended up happening is like eventually a situation was negotiated where they were able to allow certain types of NSFW content on their platforms, but a lot of it was restricted, primarily like a lot of kink content. I don't know too much detail about what filters were put in place, but like we recently had, I think it was Fansly recently put out some new TOS stuff where they're essentially banning furry art under the category that it is bestiality, at the behest of payment processors and app stores. Like Fansly has decided that you can no longer post furry content because it's too adjacent to bestiality and it is a threat to their platform. Fuck that shit. This shit's all one and the same in the eyes of payment processors. And this, like, here's the thing, chat. These aren't even laws. These aren't even laws. It's not like any legislation was put in place. This is two major companies, Visa and MasterCard, without the use of or need for any legislation, deciding to shut down adult content that they disagree with. Like this wasn't, there was no law passed, there was no bill passed, there was no like pressure on the courts. They just did this because all of the majority of transactions are filtered through them. And so they have the power to essentially shut down entire economies. Wonder what the Capitalism Breeds Innovation gang thinks about this. I mean, chances are, oh my god, I saw this take on Blue Sky that was infuriating earlier. Um, and I'm sure this is not going to be an unfamiliar talking point for a lot of folks. Can I still find this? I'm scrolling to see if I can find this post because I think it made a really good point. And it's a point that I've tried to make before, but I'm not sure that folks have been super receptive to. Can I find it? I want to find the post, please. I might just have to search the word eugenics into my search bar in order to find this, not gonna lie. That might actually be the most efficient and effective means for me to find this. Lol Lamau. I love when that happens. You know what? Oh, I found it. Okay. So, this is, I believe, a Canadian politician. Do correct me if I'm wrong. There will be an ad hitting soon as well. This is a Canadian politician on record. It's not a coincidence that when you look at these violent Antifa demonstrations, not one of the people that is demonstrating look like a normal person. Not one looks normal. They're all deformed in some way in their appearance, in their dress, in their mannerisms. And a lot of people's response to that is to, like, pull up pictures of, right-wingers who look weird. A lot of their response is like, oh, is this you? Followed by, like, pictures of folks on the right who are in their perspective, ugly or non-normative in some way. And I'm like, hey, this is literal eugenicist rhetoric, and maybe we shouldn't be playing into it. Maybe this is very much a case where we don't shoot back using their own rhetoric. Like, maybe attacking people off of their appearance, mannerisms, or any concept of quote-unquote normality is, bad. Maybe that's bad. But, you know. That's the whole thing. Yeah, fuck that guy. I don't know people. Full-on neo-Nazi, not surprised at all. Not surprised at all. That is very much neo-Nazi shit. Hello, Gremlin Transbian as well. Bye bye. It's so fucked up the way you digitally transfer money is owned and controlled by publicly traded companies and such. Yep. Yeah, sorry, I don't know a whole lot about, like, specific political figures because I'm terrible with names and I have face blindness, but, like, yeah. Fuck this shit. Yeah. Isn't the point of turning someone's words on them so that, to show how their points are bad? Pretty sure the people going this you would agree with you. Probably, yeah. Hello, Azal! Came at the right time, sad boy. I'm doing all right tonight. We're yapping. We're causing problems. We're working on some content. We're working on a model for my VTuber child and talking about politics as we're off to do around here. I'm a little bit scattered and all over the place today. I think I just like I think my sleep schedule's been a little bit fucked lately. But you know what? That's nothing new at all. Fuck Stephen Miller. So this is a model for my child Hanaki Live. This is the model of my VTuber child, of my son. One sec. Let me pull him up. So we're currently working on a second outfit for him, but I can pull up his model. Be warned, it's not super optimized for my camera. Because I didn't go through the work of doing that, I don't think. Where is he? Is this the right one? Oh. So this is like the version 1 for this model. It does have, I'm currently working on the second outfit right now, and to be honest, I kind of want to tweak some of its body physics because I rigged it with a not very expressive face in mind, but when I actually start face acting, it starts going a little bit too far. And I think I rigged it with a little bit like too much of a robotic and non-expressive like face in mind. But this is my VTuber child. This is my son. And we're giving him a second outfit because he deserves it. I put a lot of work into this thing. Barper by might. Landless comment because how to organize thoughts. It's not so fun fact. Brazilian has a payment system called Pix, which is entirely free of payment processors in the form of debit credit cards have to go through. Been getting actively attacked by Trump and the U.S. institution bullshit. And I'm so sorry y'all are fucking dealing with that shit. That is horrid. Like, the fact that the means by which transactions are handled in the majority of our spaces is, like, owned and controlled by two companies is endlessly frustrating. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing, folks? AE's son, a bit too much like AE has older brother energy, but you're both still kids. Oh. So here's the thing. It's actually convention in the VTuber scene to refer to the people who made your model as your parents. Which is a ritual that I've never been really sure how I feel with, given I have no desire to have kids, and people calling or using parental terms towards me is always been a little uncomfortable. But sometimes I still refer to him as my son. But he does feel a little more like a younger brother. One of my friends once pitched the idea that I like of using like vampire terminology, like I am his sire. And I don't know entirely how to feel about that either, but it is kind of cute. I would have to pitch that. I need to talk to him more. I feel bad that I don't talk to him more often. To be fair, I don't really talk to anyone, but I need to talk to Hanaki more often. He's a little guy. Makes me nostalgic for a childhood I did not have. I'm very older brother core. I'm very older brother core. Time to go back to mailing bank checks. You got this. You can do it, techhead. Barker bye bye. Barker bye bye. But yeah, he's my son in the VTuber sons. Busy boy, I don't blame you. I want to talk to him more. I should like start pestering him with memes like once every couple weeks. I should just start sending him fish pics. You know what? I should just give him fish pics. I have a picture of a fucking eel I took recently. I'm gonna send him that. Where are my eel pics? Hi, Aki. Alright. Why can't I send this? Alright, I'm having to respond to our DMs right now. Actually, having to respond to their DMs. You are my friend, and I want to talk to you more. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I hope life has been treating you well. I should send you fish pictures. This is what happens in my private conversations with my friends. Do y'all want to see a honeycomb moray eel? Chat. This is a honeycomb moray eel. One sec, I need to get out of the way. I need to get out of the fucking way. This is a honeycomb moray eel. Its name is Leviathan. This is Leviathan. It has a name, chat. The eel has a name. Guardian of the pot. That's Leviathan. Very good eel. Alright. Alright. I'm here. I'm normal. World's most normal guy. Alright. What a good Leviathan. It's Leviathan, chat! Reacclimating myself to low sleep schedules so I can get proper busy for Warped Tour and the other things I have planned. Hell yeah! You got this! You got this! And I send all my love in those efforts. Alright. Chat, I'm so happy when I, like, text my friends for the first time in months and they respond well. I'm so bad at keeping up with folks. But yeah, that's Leviathan. Leviathan is an eel. He looks like he's sticking his head out to ask if you have any games on your phone. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's a second eel in his habitat. And every time that eel comes out, he tries to eat it. He wants so badly to eat this eel. He's a problem. He's a fucking problem. Have one friend, but he always answers when I do find the time for him, so it's nice. I'm unfortunately the busy friend. And I don't want to be, but I am. Alright, so. I think the easiest starting point is just going to be getting the, like, straps for this whole structure done. Um, I really like the thought of this structure with the harness, and I hope that Hanaki agrees. I think it looks good. So, I need to borrow this gray here and just make some circles to use for points. Definitely needs to be thicker than that. Alright. I don't like this one's not quite circular, but I'm not sure I care right now. I might care later. Hmm. We'll go with this for now. And I'm gonna need to put like some studs on the places later, so I'll keep this color. And actually, this is gonna. Starting and ending, no. We'll just stick with this for now. It'll be fine. Like Ross, the largest friend, actively trying to eat the other friends. So, Leviathan is a little bastard who will try to eat his tank mates. Or rather, a large bastard. He's like 5.5 feet long. Alright. Not what I wanted. Okay. I need the curve tool and set that to maybe like 50? Okay. I think it needs to be thicker than that, actually. We'll just get all the lines down and we can make them thicker in a little bit. There, we can do that. I think this is cute. There ought to be do. I do want to apologize for like any friend of mine who may be here who like has heard from me 3 or 4 times a year. Like it's not intentional. I'm really bad at keeping up with folks. I am constantly like carrying too much. And I want to be better about it. I want to give more of myself to my friends, but it's hard sometimes. And I'm so grateful to everyone who is patient with me at the points in time when I just cannot respond regularly. But don't you think it ought to be? Do 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 do. Want tasty ocean treats. I don't know who this is. This is apparently the artist is just Keys. Don't know who that is. My homebrew D&D campaign is finally starting next week. Super excited about it. Spent this week mostly relaxing and recovering from stress, something I've not been especially good at. Next week's the final preparation for the first session, and I hope it goes well. That's fucking great. Proud of you. It's a good song, chat. Chat, it's a good song. Thank you so much for the follow, Barker Bye Bye. It's a good song. Chad, sometimes a guy just wants to bite, you know? Me want bite. Me want bite. Not a random YouTube playlist. It's just my like songs playlist. Chad, sometimes things just end up in your life songs, and that's okay. All right. All right, now I need to shape these nicely. Fortunately for me, my messages to AE don't need responses since they're usually memes, and I appreciate it. Like, one thing that I wasn't sure what to do with like with my new rule set, I did put a rule in there that was essentially like respect my privacy, primarily intended to be like, hey, don't dig into my personal life, you know, don't ask me personal questions, but like where I am and what I do. Respect that if I want to share something publicly, I probably will, and if I am not sharing it publicly, it's probably because I don't want to. But I wasn't sure. I was nervous about including that rule because it's not like I don't like being DM'd. It's just that I have very limited free time, and so I have to be selective about like what I answer when and things like that. Like people are free to DM me. It's just that if it's unimportant, it's probably not getting a response anytime soon. Just because I am a busy and overwhelmed person. And I wish I wasn't, but here we are. How the hell do you draw straight lines in digital art? What do you mean? Like, the straight lines that I just drew, it's because I'm using a tool that's for straight lines. Gonna catch some Z's? You take care, Drakewood. Bye-bye. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Chat, I'm really tempted to take a Vyvanse. I'm very tempted to take a Vyvanse. I might. I might take a Vyvanse. How is your son faring? Well, to my knowledge. Which one? Which son, actually? Working on a new meme, it's taking a while since I'm cleaning up the template for future use. No worries, no worries. There's never an obligation, I hope you know. Bark more my bite. There we go. The one I'm working on, pretty well, I think. I think he's looking quite handsome, if I do say so myself. Wouldn't you agree? I think he's quite handsome. What are you doing today? Summer attire? Just an alternate outfit. The inspiration and reference photo is up here. This is the reference. So I'm doing something a bit inspired by this, but I'm getting creative with it, you know? I'm getting a little fancy with it. I'm letting myself push the boundaries a little bit. Had this idea for an AE-based meme once, kept on procrastinating it. Do it! Genuinely. I hope y'all know that, like, getting any kind of fan work makes my day. When I get fan work, it's a very nice reminder of, like, why I do this shit, you know? That's not to say that I only do it for the fan work or whatnot, but it reminds me that people care about what I'm doing, you know? It reminds me that my work has impact. Damn, I would wear something like that. It's cool. I like chat. I really like harnesses like this, and I wish I had the bravery to wear them. Like I cannot pull something like this off. I'm too shy and insecure to pull something like this off. Full honesty. But I wish I could. I hope to someday have the bravery needed to pull off something like this. Okay. Oh wait, chat. I really like this. Wait, I really like this. Who needs sleep? I've got so much stuff I need to fix tonight. It's whatever hardest. Indeed, indeed. I feel that. I've not been sleeping much lately. I finished the Discord update at like 6 a.m. last night, and honestly, no regrets. No regrets. I was working on that shit until 6 a.m. and I had fun with it. Chat, I was working on that shit until 6 a.m. and I was having the time of my life. That to me is like what love is, you know? That to me is what love feels like. Dedicating large swaths of my time to just fairly making something because I can is love. And I am so grateful that I have the opportunity and space to do that, like, as an artist. That is so fulfilling for me. Got woken up by that alert, needed it though. Oh, nah. I'm glad that I finally got that done though. It feels really good having that off my to-do list, and I'm hoping it'll energize me to continue making shit the next few days because I have a lot of small things that I want to get done and kind of catch up on before I start working on my next video, and I'm finally doing it. I'm doing it. I'm making it happen. I'm creating. Got that during my breakfast break. Nice. I stayed up all night working on it, and I hope it was appreciated. I stayed up all night working on that shit. And I appreciate you all for your patience in the meantime. If I can be so honest, I oftentimes feel like a shit creator. Chat, I'm gonna take a Vyvanse. I'm deciding. Give me a second. Alright, one second. I'm gonna down this shit. Chat, take your meds. In full honesty, I don't always feel like a good creator, but I try my best. I very often do not feel like I am a good creator, but I do my best. For me, getting like the Discord update off my to-do list is a massive, massive step. That is something that I've been putting off for a very, very long time, like quite literally a year. I'm pretty sure I first stated that I was going to start working on a Discord update in July of last year. And it took me until July of this year to fix it. To update a 4-year-old rule set and whatnot, with some pretty big changes. There were a lot of rules that I kind of decided were no longer necessary, that I think show a meaningful change in my ideology around content creation. Like, I don't know if anyone has actually taken the time to read the old rule set versus the new one. But, like, anything that was in the old rule set that is not in the new one was left out intentionally. And I think that goes to show how much my ideology towards content creation has shifted in the last 4 years. For example, like my older rule set had an ask that people avoid slurs. And that's something that I don't see as necessary anymore. A big shift in like my ideology. In the past, that's a rule that I had around because I was worried about how do I say, I was worried about like larger site moderation and my own ability to judge when or rather not my ability but like the ability of moderation teams to determine when something is being used aggressively versus like in a sense that is being reclaimed. But I've come to the conclusion that like ultimately a rule like that is unnecessary because if language is being used inappropriately or in a derogatory fashion, then it already falls against existing rules, you know? I Additionally, like I've decided that a rule against spam is not super necessary right now. That's just not realistically an issue we have had. And sure, maybe I will decide that that rule was necessary later, but there's space to make those changes. I'm much happier with the new rule set. I think it much better exemplifies my ideology around content creation and the direction that I want to take my art, and the ways in which I approach community building. And I'm happy with that. It was basically like a rework of a 4-year-old rule set because a lot changes in 4 years. A lot can change in a few years, chat. She doesn't sleep, not awake. Incorporated if she likes what she sees, what she sees. We also now have a special couple of channels for subscribers, YouTube members, and VIPs. Where I'll be sharing like fun little details and behind the scenes info. They already got some art of someone who you all haven't met before, and I'll show that off here just to show people a little glimpse of like what they're missing. Chat. This is Harper. The previous song was "She Doesn't Sleep" by Anthony Amorim. This is Harper. You'll know who he is someday. You'll know who he is someday. He's the worst, chat. He is the worst. He is terrible. He is a horrible piece of shit. And I like to rotate him in my brain. You'll know who he is someday. To give a little summary of his personality, you ever meet the kind of guy who just really idolizes the, for lack of a better term, aesthetic and mystique of like serial killers and mass shooters? That's Harper. That's Harper. Yeah, he's one of those types. I've met too many of those types. Chat, I love terrible men. Chat, have I talked recently about how I fucking love horrible men? God, I love horrid men. I do not love Harper. Listen, he's objectively terrible. He's the kind of person who I love to hate, I don't know if you've ever had that kind of person. I don't know if you've ever had that kind of person. But sometimes there is just a character or an individual who like you love to hate, you know? You know? I'm gonna DM you sometime about the reoccurring thing I've been chatting about in general. Ain't quite ready yet, but down the line though. What do you mean? I don't think I've seen at all what you're talking about. Um, I have no clue what you're on about. She's the last grand sweetheart of the electric rodeo. And here we go. Great sweetheart of the grand electric rodeo. Chat, my music taste is fucking incredible. The blurb that you hate and want to see ever, but you need to see more of. Exactly. One of my OCs is an asshole piece of shit waste of space, but one of my friends loves him so much. Yeah, and that's okay, you know? Chat, maybe this is just a me thing, but sometimes I love to hate a character. Sometimes I love to have a little meow meow that I rotate around in my brain. And like I just want to see him suffer. He deserves nothing but the worst, but I rotate him around in my brain, you know? I'm sitting here rotating him around in my brain because I want the worst for him. Teehee. You know? Am I normal? Am I normal for that, chat? Am I weird for that? Yeah, sometimes you just need a character that you love to hate. That's okay. If I can be so real, I think we have a tendency in this day and age to over moralize our engagement with fiction, and to like there is this tendency I see in a lot of online circles to act as though the characters you like in fiction or the ways in which you engage with them, or what characters you find fun. Like there's this attitude that liking a fictional character or plotline or whatnot, or even piece of media, to some extent or in some way, communicates approval of its contents, you know? And that is an opinion that I don't vibe with. I do not vibe with the idea that your enjoyment or engagement with a piece of media or an enjoyment of a character in any way signifies that you agree with them. There are a lot of characters that I like. There are a lot of fictional characters and pieces of media I like where like I am fully capable of recognizing that the actual actions underlying them are terrible. Wherein it does not take any effort or difficulty for me to very openly and clearly state that like nah, this character, if they were a real person, would be a piece of shit, but as a fictional entity they're fun. As a fictional entity there's an amount of revelry in their bullshit, you know? And that's okay. That's okay. Enjoying a character who is a piece of shit or a piece of media wherein terrible things happen does not say necessarily anything about your moral character. It is alright. It's fine. I have to draw a line between liking a character and being fascinated with the character. I mean, part of liking a character can be being fascinated with them and vice versa. Like, I don't think I really understand the distinction there, so honest. But I know for me, like, the character that I was just showing y'all and pointing at, he's objectively a terrible person who I would never want to know in reality. But within the realm of fiction, he's fun. Within the realm of fiction, I get to bully him and to take some amount of revelry in, like, his horror and his very flawed and shitty perspective and mindset, you know? And that can be fun. It can be, maybe this is a me thing, chat, is this the point in my life where I've revealed this and talked about this before. I have a toxic man playlist. I have a playlist of songs that give me toxic man energy. And it is a playlist that I will sometimes listen to because I think it is a fun mindset to access for a short period of time, and nowhere else. I don't like being a toxic man, but within the realm of fiction, there can be an amount of revelry in these, like, horrid narratives and whatnot. Because, again, our engagement with fiction doesn't say anything about us. I can pull up that playlist One second. This is that playlist, and it's mostly murder folk and whatnot. They scuffed me. Bye bye. Like, you can appreciate the writing of a piece of media without, you know, agreeing with the actions of a character. You can just think it is fun to engage with or occupy the mindset of a character without, you know, actually agreeing with their ideology in any way. That's okay. I have this playlist, it's a whole murder folk playlist, and all of the songs are very much like shitty toxic man songs. And they are not fantasies that I actually hold or would ever put into action, but it is fun sometimes to listen to the music and to role play or to occupy a character. And maybe this is the part of me that's a very theater kid core. I was never a theater kid, but I wanted to be so badly. Who enjoys the act of performing and occupying a narrative space. And this can be a fun narrative space to occupy at times. There is an amount of power fantasy even if there is no actual desire behind it, if that makes sense. So to derail the combo, what kind of shock color do you own again? It is a pie shock. I was the son of an asshole. Drinker far too drunk to stay awake at his funeral, but that's alright, 'cause I left Milwaukee behind for this refreshing town with this refreshing meat. Meet me down by the bar. We'll go and take... Can I sing this song, please? So come on, believe me, follow me home, there's no judgment here. We'll laugh a little, drink a little, see what you're made of. I'm capable of making you disappear. I am the agent that decides your fate. It's character. My hometown was nice, I didn't have to think twice about who I recruited. Wasn't anything, no one knew my name, I was so secluded. Baptized in bloody water. Make you famous one way or another. So you should start to undress and maybe try a little less, and I'll drill in your hell to be king of this goddamn... I cannot sing this low, chat. Cannot sing this low. What the fuck? So come on, believe me, follow me home, there's no judgment here. We'll laugh a little, drink a little, see what you're made of. I'm capable of making you disappear. I am the agent that decides your fate. I adore Amigo the Devil, who wrote this. Pup notes that she's heard of some possible quote saying a sign of a healthy mind is to entertain a position about holding it. I think, yeah, like that's part of it. Absolutely. I do believe it is a healthy skill and ability to be able to engage with a mindset without believing it. I'm someone who takes an amount of, not necessarily even joy, but I am someone who makes a habit of trying to understand why my political opponents believe what they do. I believe it is useful, especially in my position, to understand why conservatives think what they think, where their ideology comes from, what roots it has, and how that informs us of how we combat it, you know? And I think that there is so much value in our modern culture and society in being able to entertain a mindset without believing it. Absolutely. And I think it is a skill that is very often missing these days. Welcome back, Max. Bye. Would you share this playlist? Sounds like an awesome selection. Give me a second. So here's the funny story. I said it was a toxic man playlist. It is specifically Harper's playlist. I'm gonna be extremely. I'm gonna like very much character break here for a second. This is a playlist I made from Harper's perspective. So this is not just like a playlist about Harper. No, this is a playlist that in universe Harper keeps. Thank you for the curse of Scuff Dice Mistress. It's just some of my favorite murder folk songs also as well. I love murder folk. Was looking at music venues the other day and found a statement, all shows are 21 and up, 18 and up ladies welcome. Oh, that is disgusting. Yeah. Like in reality that is disgusting, but absolutely I could see that being used. Like you use that kind of thing in a fictional setting and that does immediately express something about it. Yeah. 100%. Aurelio Volatere has plenty of songs embodying this vibe in goth vibes and steampunk. Noted. I'll have to look into that sometime. Before my bite. But no, I never got to be a theater kid. But yes, I very much agree with the notion that like yeah, it is a sign of it is a healthy thing to be able to engage with a mindset or with a piece of media, what may it be, and to not have it necessarily like or to be able to engage and to engage with an ideology that is not your own without believing in it, you know. I will sometimes, for lack of a better term, play devil's advocate with myself, where I try to think about like what an opponent of mine would say about my own ideology, in order to better understand my political opponents. And just in general, I like to have a good understanding of my political opponents and why they believe what they believe. Just part of my whole ideology and approach to these things. I in the same realm with fiction, I think it is fun to sometimes occupy much darker ideologies and narratives than anything that I would desire for or employ in real life. Just because I think it's interesting, it's fun, it's fascinating, and I don't think you can honestly meaningfully write fiction if you are not able to engage with mindsets that are radically different from your own. As a writer and as someone who enjoys performance and theater and character, it is a very useful and I would argue necessary skill to be able to engage with mindsets very different from your own, and to be able to write them without feeling any particular way about it, and also to be able, by extension, to engage with media without it reflecting on you. You know? I was also arting. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I don't think I saw your message, but I hope your art's going well. Also, welcome on in, Book Tiefling, Bye Bye. Is there something like gore punk, or is that part of murder folk? So, I don't know if there's specifically like a gore punk genre, but I know like murder folk. So, murder folk as a genre has its roots in old murder ballads, which are an old like folk music tradition across countries, and murder folk is very much the crossover between like American rock and those old murder ballads, oftentimes with a lot of folk punk influence as well. There are a lot of bands which do make murder folk music, but which are primarily folk punk bands. That's a whole tradition. I don't know if there's very specifically like murder punk, but I can tell you there's a lot of folk punk bands that make murder folk. Days and Days is a great example there. I would also point out to like, oh god, what are they called? Bridge City Sinners, and Harley Poe as well. I can play Gorehound by Harley Poe real quick. Modern Harley Poe does not hit as well though, but for my might. I love like old murder ballads and shit. But no, I enjoy darker aesthetics and shit. Nothing wrong with that. What's the Toxic Woman playlist? There's a few angles you could take on that. I could give you some. I had to keep it music, but there's a genre of book called splatterpunk. Interesting. Okay. What were you working on, Max? Feel free to share. I love making characters villains, especially in my D&D campaigns. One time I made a BBEG that was a wizard scientist, became a war criminal. Based. Not like actually based, but that's cool. I wonder, you know what? I've heard the term horror punk before, but I don't know much about it. I've heard the term horror punk before. Oh. Okay, horror punk is literally a thing. Wait. Chat, I've been on the Wikipedia page for horror punk before. What's wrong with me? Chat, I've been on the Wikipedia page for horror punk before. I think I might be sleep deprived. How did I forget this is a thing? But yeah, horror punk is a thing. Give me a second. I mostly listen to murder folk, but horror punk is a genre that meshes punk rock with like horror movie aesthetics and vibes based. I'm trying to find a good playlist. This one says it's a horror punk essentials. Beautiful. Could blame it on being scuffed. You're so right. You're so right. Chat, horror punk is literally a thing. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? I'm doing my best. One sec, I'm really curious about the name of this next song. Might be sleep deprived. Did you stay up until 6 a.m. to make the update on the Discord server rules? Yes. One of my favorite albums ever is the horror rap genre, so I'm definitely gonna check that out. Hell yeah. No, I know my roommate is really into and was recently showing me. I need to ask them for the name of it at some point. Things have been so hectic lately that we have had many opportunities to hang out, and I miss them, and I hope they're doing well, and I hope they don't hate me. I'm constantly convinced that everyone hates me. God, Chad's been a rough fucking month in that regard. But I know they're really into like there's this one project that meshes. I don't know enough about it to describe it. Never mind. I cannot adequately describe it because I don't know enough about it. Barber bite bite. Apologies, chat's moving real quick. Hard for me to keep up with things. Duel of the Fates from Star Wars: The Phantom Menace, but it's dubstep. I've never watched anything Star Wars before. I'm gonna be so honest, those words mean nothing to me. I've never seen a piece of Star Wars media. Never engaged with anything. Star Wars at all. Yeah, I've never engaged with a piece of Star Wars media, and I have no interest in changing that. Gonna be so honest. I have zero interest in changing that. Should probably go to sleep soon. You take care then, Virgil. Bye bye. You will be missed. See you again sometime in the near future. Can I over the top react to that? Yeah, feel free, Jazz. A lot of people do. I'm gonna be honest. I have never gotten more joy from a movie than I get from just like seeing people react to me saying I've never seen Star Wars. I think it is so much funnier. Like the reactions that I get when I say that I've never seen a Star Wars movie is so much funnier than the joy I've gotten out of any movie I've ever seen. But regardless, like I just have no interest. I have no interest in watching it in general. I'm not super into sci-fi, and fuck Disney. Fuck Disney. Like, I'm not gonna tell people what to do, especially when, like, piracy is such an easily accessible option. I know that this is a piece of media that is influential and has existed for a long time, that historically has, had some decent messages and like intentions underlying it. Um uh but between it currently being a Disney property and like my own just lack of interest, I'm never gonna I don't care. Have you ever seen War Stories, the totally real and not made up parallel version? Nope. Never. The shock on my movie buff friend when I told him the same thing was the best reaction. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. I don't like movies. Maybe this is just a me problem, but I don't like movies. I don't enjoy watching them. My main means of consuming media is music. And on that note, chat, I'm gonna play for you one of my favorite albums. This album was the inspiration for so much of my work. Hello, QB. It's been a hot minute. How have you been? Bye bye. Ah, rah, 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 rah. George Lucas was definitely on some 70s new left shit when he made the original trilogy, which is cool. Like, that, genuinely, that's cool. But given it's currently owned by Disney, I'm like, I'm not really interested right now. Congrats on starting college. Proud of you. Nah, this is Systemic Suburbanite by Case Jackal. And it is one of the biggest inspirations behind my current work. This is one of my biggest creative inspirations, which I think is going to surprise a lot of people. Definitely helps smooth the edges. I'm proud of you. Hell yeah. I do think a lot of people do a lot of growing in college. Definitely. I think a lot of people do a lot of growing in college. What shade of red is this? Because I really like it. I might do something. No, it needs to be a little bit brighter. I really like this shade of red. And so I might try to borrow it. You're a big music listener? Yes, my primary means of engaging with media is music. Always has been. Completely understand not being into movies, would say I'm not into music in any sort of similar way. Like, I listen to music, but I don't really follow bands. And for me, like, my primary means of entertainment is going out to punk shows and whatnot. I go to, like, live music shows, like, 3 or 4 times a month. I'm at concerts more weeks than I'm not. So for me, music is so core to my life. Ultimately, it's just a difference in how we engage with shit. I don't watch shows. I don't watch movies, but I fucking love fucking music. Man, am I on the same Fuck me. Wrong layer. It's some kind of red, and I like it. Duel of the Fates is a song from the third act of the movie. Is that the Weird Al song, the third saga begins recaps? Also never heard that song. You're really, really assuming that I've got more awareness of media than I have. But no, like, music is so central to me. Thank you for the follow, Barbara. Bye bye. Welcome to the archive. Alright. I know how to draw, chat. I'm capable of making art. Awa. Awa indeed. Sorry. The mental image of the account hermit military man just going awa is very funny to me. That is deeply hilarious to me. I am imagining right now some like buff military guy, some like loner, just like walking up to me going, "Awa." Like we're two critters at a furry convention. Beautiful. Someone decided because no mental concern. That's how life goes after the light show. Chatwin colon 3. Always simultaneously frustrated and tickled by the right's obsession with college turning people into leftist queer atheists. It's almost like access to information helps people learn who they actually are. Yeah, it's almost like being exposed to a more diverse group of people opens minds to like what the world actually looks like. It undoes a lot of like the propaganda that is pushed onto us when we are isolated in our communities. Um, And I have frustration at times with how often, like, leftist communities will put down folks who are not college educated and is very focused on, like, the quote unquote right way to be leftist. But it's a thing. It's a thing. Alright. I can do this. Alright. Chat, I love abusing the line tools. Gonna head out. You take care, Jazz. All the best. Bye bye. We're just yapping. As it all comes undone, of a pain that survives our mortal time. The rot's alive, and decay is an extant form of life. All things face the entropy. Please? No? Okay, I fucked up. This is also a bit pinker than I want it to be, but we can figure that out later. Why do you hate me? Oh, I see the problem. There we are. They think I'm a Neanderthal just because I couldn't afford college. Yeah, and it bothers me very, very much how often in our leftist spaces, like there's very little respect given, and this automatic dismissal of a lot of folks for not being college educated or for not having read enough theory, as if that is the only correct way to be a leftist. Which no, absolutely not. There are so many ways to engage in leftist action, and not all of them require a background in theory. Theory is helpful, don't get me wrong. Theory is very helpful in giving us a basis to work from and communicating ideas and standardizing our approaches. But, like, you can know a lot about leftist action and leftist ideals without needing to read a million books. I say this as a motherfucker who reads theory. Do you see a lot of leftists put down non-college educated? Yes, very much so. Very, very much so. As someone who engages in a lot of like IRL spaces, yeah, 100%. It's a thing that I see all the time. They don't give a fuck. Alright, I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle the layering, especially for this shirt here. I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle this. We are the rot where the empire lays. It's the end of an age. but none for you to live. We are the vandals at our own gates. No, like, I unfortunately have engaged in a lot of leftist space that is very exclusionary, based on their perceived, notion of, like, your value and validity as a leftist, oftentimes based in, your engagement with theory. And so if you are not, what they perceive as being a good leftist, being someone who has read theory, who is usually white, college educated, etc., oftentimes you are isolated in those spaces, or treated with less respect, and that sucks. That sucks. And it is infuriating. There have been so many times where, like, efforts that I have seen to bring people into leftist space have gone nowhere, largely because the wider group is unwilling to bend or to respect people that they perceive as lacking, and it's a problem. It's a problem. Oh, it is a problem. All right. The Democrats in my area look at me like I'm an anomaly that shouldn't be there, and I'm like, no wonder you don't get any traction here. Yeah, straight up. Straight up. If they're gonna be assholes, of course they're not gonna get traction. If they're going to exclude people and act as though there is a correct way to engage, then of course they're going to struggle. It is no surprise to me at the very least. False prophets all fall flat face. I think it's really funny, actually, that on this outfit, at least so far, the how do I say? The shirt is longer. That's funny to me. I hope that he still likes this. I like the harness. I hope that he likes the harness. Quebec government recently banned gender-neutral French from use in parliament, which is kind of scary. Yeah, that's fucked. That is fucked. Eat them. I'm here with no reason to be happy in them directions with no shot at keeping their attention. They put no cotton on a sugar mill, keeping some fermenting what they could. Can I pull up the lyrics to the song? Because this is actually kind of an important one. This album is one of my biggest inspirations creatively. Everything you see in front of you wouldn't be here without this album. It is certainly an influential one in everything that I create today. Hello, cool game. They can classify every shade of gray as black or white. Waste time with sweet phrases, affirmations, view the same. They found a god 1,000 times and fight over its name. So let them eat so much cake till they're overloaded. Tell them their brains ain't making serotonin. They built a cloud on a tower now. They say it'd save me now. These clowns aren't gonna make it. They want it sweeter, only sweeter. They're out of simple, sweet solutions they can eat up. There are just enough facts ain't valid enough. Fractured artifact of a past where they had it all sweeter. They like it sweeter. They'll grind you down. Your finest powdered ether. See through the fuzz. If you're looking for life and you find Earth, leave it. I'm not very proud of my singing voice right now. God damn it. Someone made a PC port of Gears of War 2 non-emulated. Emma's gonna be mad. Oh, did they decompile it? I love when that happens. I love when random people on the internet manage to like decompile these big projects. It's beautiful. The companies get so angry. Do. Bullshit. Believe so. Looking into it. Hell yeah. Chat, fuck capitalism. For so many reasons. For 10 million reasons, fuck capitalism. Also, I'm really excited and nervous for Off Guy. I'm very nervous and excited for Off Kai. For those who are unaware, I'm going to be at Off Kai soon. Off Kai being a VTuber convention in San Jose. It's going to be like my first time on an airplane in 8 years. So, you know, big scary. Hello, Crocodile. Everybody by listening to my Castletown on loop while studying Radio Altimers. You got this. You got this. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Fast and a triple tub of acid. Triple nut, talk with God and come back happy. Whatever the fuck way I define happy. Anyway. I don't know how to explain to y'all how important this album is aside of just playing it, you know? I don't know how to express to you all how influential this shit is to me. You keep punching down, down, down. Messengers tread lightly. Go back, you don't mind me, then tune out, out, out. Video essay about the influence of this album. See, I can't do that without dropping the curtains a lot more than I'm comfortable with, but I might be talking about it at some point in the stacks over in my Discord. So keep an eye over there if you're interested in hearing at some point why this matters to me. Because it really, really does. Also, like, it'd be awkward because I know the person who made this. Like, we're friends on Discord. We've been in voice chats. Like I have a secret role in their like, I know them. I know them. I didn't really know them when they put this out, mind you. I'm just weird. Your opinions of what art is. At least 3% inhuman. Fructose mixed with booze, though the hand cells that you used to use go. There we go. Chat, I like my friends. I want to like do more collab content with my friends this year. I've done so few collabs. I need to like sit down and check on all of my New Year's resolutions and see how I'm doing, but I definitely have not collabed with my friends enough this year. Definitely kind of failing in that particular regard. Whoopsie. Though I'll tame you, I can't blame you, I can't blame you. Born to bigger boxes than the rest of us. Sidewalks, just right thoughts, wide pavements. Values until vanity. All right. Who's this playing? This is Case Jackal. Uh, very, very cool furry artist. Systems, if thens, to thumbs, to feed, to dumb, to see. And this is an album that just in general means a lot to me. Way, but I can't blame you. All right, what am I doing with the fasteners here? It looks like they just have a couple big silver buttons. I'll probably grab the same like silver-ish color and use that here. I'm gonna keep it pretty warm toned, I think, for this. All right, I'm basically laying shapes down right now, which I'll texture later. Have I played Halo? I have played, I think, one Halo game. I tried to play a second one, but I was really struggling with it. And I have the problem where, like, when I am bad at a video game, I can't have fun. I know that's gonna sound absurd to some people, but if I start struggling at a video game, I will just stop having fun. I was trying to play Unbeatable earlier. I decided, like, after getting a bunch of work done that I was going to take maybe an hour break and play Unbeatable for a little while. And I ended up, after about 30 minutes, having to put the game down because even on the easiest difficulty, I was dying and failing over and over again, and I can't. To me, like, that's an immediate recipe for, like, no longer being able to enjoy something. And so I had to put it down for a bit. I cannot enjoy being bad at stuff. It's a struggle, honestly. It's very deeply frustrating for me because very often there are like pieces of media, particularly games, that I want to enjoy. I really, really want to enjoy, but the moment I start struggling with the difficulty, like, I am not having fun anymore. And why am I going to be playing a game if I'm not having fun? Is part of my whole ideology around it. And it sucks. It very much sucks, but I'm not really sure how to combat that right now. And I think there are more important things that I need to be focusing on and combating right now anyway. You take care, Napalm Iguana. Bye bye. I met people who get really angry that I stopped playing a game with them because I stopped having fun. Real thing I've had to do, which I don't know if the people involved can even remember or if what they think about it, but like I have had to cancel recurring collab streams with people because I wasn't having fun. And I don't remember if I even necessarily told those people that explicitly. But that's a thing that has happened. There was like at least once in my time as a creator, a collab series that I canceled because I just wasn't enjoying myself. It was Halo. It was Halo. Enjoy your food, Napalm Iguana. Barper bye bye. It's common on overachievers. I mean, I just in general don't find like struggling fun. Maybe that's just a me problem. Were you playing Legendary? No. No. It was too hard though and I wasn't having fun. And they wouldn't turn down the difficulty, so little amount. Alright, how am I doing this? Fire accessories. Okay, so these lines need to be very stiff and straight, I think. So if I just do this, I should be fine. What you do? I don't know if that's how the shape of this thing is supposed to work. I'll never get over the line, I'm such a nobody that even aces want to sleep with me. That's so good. Me when I search up AE on YouTube and I now see VODs of his Halo collab with someone else. Wow, I have a fact about this. It's not that big a deal. I don't remember if I ever actually explicitly like expressed like, hey, I wasn't having fun. I don't remember if I ever said anything. Do what you do, so bad at what you do. Do 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 do. My partner can be the worst about backseating to the point where she takes the controller out of my hand and all joy just gets lost over that. I definitely have like, how do I say? I have that issue as well where like, okay. When I'm playing a video game, I need to feel like I'm good at it. You know? If I start feeling like I'm bad at the game, I'm going to stop having fun. And so sometimes when folks are backseating in chat, it takes an amount of the fun out of it for me because I start to feel like I'm just relying on chat for answers and I'm not actually succeeding of my own like skill or right or volition. And you're totally fine, Grace. You're fine. But like I part of the reason why like the one reason I do strike down on backstating on occasion is not even necessarily because like it ruins the game for me. It's because like I need to feel good, and when I'm only being fed answers by chat, I that's a point of difficulty for me. Imagine finding out why the other VTuber ghosted you via comment on your YouTube video. Wait, what happened? What happened? Oh! Nah. I'm still friends with that person. I just don't really collab with them anymore. I'm trying to figure out how this piece of clothing works, chat. What the fuck is this? I'm gonna go to bed. You take care, QB. Bye-bye. I'm trying to figure out how this piece of clothing works. What's happening here? I've like never seen a coat like this before, and I'm very much just desperately trying to understand how it works. I've been my notes planning. The landlord's managing. Done some damage, the one dumb fucking kind that keeps me at it. Doctor's note, I'm back to work. Drove me drunk, I'll be the jerk. Keep running them words. Alright. Show me a non-believer. I'll go convert him. Better start learning. All I can do is talk right now. I can boast and balk about how you'll talk the talk like you also walk like clowns. Alright. I'm normal. Back at jabbing at the ego. Cloaks are weird. I see myself as good public for video games, but then I mean I don't mind difficulty as long as everything else in the game is good, and that's so fair. Could not be me. If your game is hard, I will cry. And unfortunately for me, like oftentimes easy difficulties in video games are still too hard. I was playing Unbeatable earlier today on the easiest difficulty, and I kept dying, and I had to put the game down because like I don't think I'm good enough to beat it, unfortunately, as much as I really want to love it. Alright. I'm trying to figure out how to make this work. get your fun in. Cause when it's got... Okay, chat, this song's actually really important to me. Give me a second. Give me a second. This song is important. Is very, very important to me. This is Still Feel It from Systemic Suburbanite. Did we really have it coming? I swore that we were on to something. It won't add up, it don't add up, it don't add up, it don't. Are you happy? Did you get your fun in? 'Cause when it scatters, get to running. It all ends up, it all ends up just dust. It's not gonna stop all at once the way that we're burning. But some of us can't just give up, they keep gears turning. And no, God doesn't want us all to die like all of you. Never try. Hi, Hanaki. Thoughts and opinions on this. Listen, the harness. I thought the harness was kind of an energy. Is it right to be so serried when we've already seen the worst? Should we try to act all worthy of this thing we couldn't get to work? We're the dirt and we deserve it. Not just those of us who never learned. Is this the end of the world? We all know the reason why the harness is there, AE, it rocks. What if I bite you? Listen, is it my fault for thinking that sometimes a motherfucker just needs to be a slut? Chat, sometimes a motherfucker just needs to get a little slutty with it, you know? That's valid. I'm valid. How are you, Hanaki? It's lovely to see you. Apologies, this song's important to me, so I needed to just give it a second to breathe. It's a very, very good song. Yeah, Hanaki needs to be a slut sometimes. It's good for a person. So quit telling me I know enough. No one's getting sleep and no one's waking up. The power from normal patterns on electric boxworms from Saturn. In places where make it smatter. Feast your eyes on what drives us matter. So is it right to be so sure we've already seen the worst? Almost lasted laughing at my job today because of you. What did I do, huh? What did I do? No worries, Hanaki, you do what you gotta do. What did I do? What did I do? There's those of us who never learned. I need to let this part breathe. It's not the end of the world if we're still here to feel it hurt. Chat, I love music. Chat, I fucking love music. I need anyone in my life to understand why this matters to me so much. We're all stuck in place and enraged. And who am I to say, to fight or shy away? Who am I to say? Is there a change we could make that could save us? Maybe. Maybe, and who am I to say? Who am I to say? Who am I? 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 This album changed my life. This album changed my life. Chat. I'll explain this in full someday, probably in like the little subs area of my Discord. But this album changed my life. Nothing you're seeing right now would exist without this. Archivist would not exist without this. Fuck. The album is Systemic Suburbanite by Case Jackal. And it is a very beautiful, very obscure piece of art. It's one that means a lot to me. I'm also going to make you listen to The Astrocartographer. This person called Tegan, who looked like a mess, came to the IT service desk with a computer with an issue, was just that he turned off the Wi-Fi by accident. Tegan would do that, yeah. Tegan would do that. Tegan would do that. Hello, Lucky. There you are. Chat, I love music. Music is so important to me. Music is so important to me. I had to bite my lip so hard not to laugh in front of the poor guy. You should have told him that a weird streamer would have found this hilarious. Some weird ass furry stream would have some weird ass furry streamer would have lost his shit over this. Lost it just after he left. That's beautiful. To catch stray lights, I'm back again. String storm that you lot too young. Dirt the fire in your heart burns through your heart as well. I've lost a million. I've got the words a little wrong, apologies. Out, time will tell. The stars. Chat. I love music. Music is so important to me. I cannot explain to you all how important music is to me. It's my everything. Look up at the sky. Oh, I know I'm lucky. Be it's the right stars floating above me. At the heart of existence, wherever you are, I hope you're listening. I admit it. It's so good. The vibe is why I love your Twitch streams, and the knowledge you provide is awesome. I do my best. I'm just like... Nothing that you all are currently watching, nothing I make would look the way it currently does without that fucking album. And music is so central to my life. Your heart is well lost bills in times walk through follow up. Hello, welcome in Kibu. But for my mind, this is my child. This is my son. This is my VTuber son. This is Hanuki Live. It's my soul son. We're working on a second outfit. I'm waiting to see you shine. Waiting to see you fly. I fly. I'm also showing chat some music that's very important to me. I'm so sorry, y'all, that I'm like not being entertaining or even being productive tonight. I'm just yapping about music in a very vague way that I cannot properly substantiate. There's something wrong with me today. I've been feeling very physically off all day, but I hope at the very least that it is still entertaining or engaging in some way. I'm feeling a lot of things about music tonight. Tell to pay respect to Case Jocko for giving us the fops. Yeah, Case is really cool. Sometimes it's just one of those days. Sometimes it's just a kind of head empty day. Like, I ate before stream hoping that would fix me and it didn't. But I would not exist as I currently do without Case. And Systemic Suburbanite by Case Jackal is one of the greatest inspirations behind everything, at least the early elements of this. And I've been thinking a lot about this album lately, and the emotions I have towards it, and how my relationship with it has evolved in the last, 4.5 years. I have a lot of feelings. Fly, I try, I fly, 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 I try, 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 oh try. Try, fly, fly, oh. God. I'm so normal. Chat, I'm so normal about this shit. Your chill streams are really nice. Part of why I keep coming back to the chill vibes. I do my best. I want to constantly be talking big political shit and, like, theory and all of this high energy stuff, but sometimes it's harder than other days. I do my best always. One sec. I'm gonna go back to my main playlist. Raw chat. Alright. I think I just need to figure out the shapes here. Going through my almost abandoned CD collection reminded me of so many things that have made me who I am. The exhaustive nights spent with just me and my car's radio. Music is fucking wild like that. Music is so central to who I am. Both its creation and like the various pieces that have inspired me over the years. I am not who I am without the music I listen to. But Systemic Suburbanite in particular is the basis for so much. Like being a little more explicit, a lot of my world building is very much inspired specifically by Systemic Suburbanite. But for my bite, I try to be a quality content creator. I'm good at talking, if nothing else. Learning Rust, the programming language. Congratulations, Plank. I know nothing about coding, but I'm gonna presume that's either important or impressive. You're doing a great job, and I'm so proud of you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Every now and then, I just need to be reminded of all of the art that made me who I am. Yeah, I feel that. So happy I got them back and digitized them if you need to program for ripping CDs. Boofed it, found an awesome one. Do you not just plug the CDs and then copy paste the files into your like folders? Do you not just like copy paste that shit? Huh? I'm gonna be so real my entire life. Chat, I was that kid who went to the library and then ripped CDs. I'm the guy who went to the library, checked out CDs, and then ripped all the tracks off of them and then kept them and then loaded them onto my phone. I was that kid. And I'm not ashamed of it. I'm only a little bit ashamed of it. Most of mine don't have the names on them. Gonna be there for a month naming all of them. That's fair, that's fair, okay. Oh my god, something actually incredibly cool that I have now. So one of my favorite artists, the Narcissist Cookbook, I went to see them live recently, and they were selling a copy of their album, This Is How We Get Better, which is my favorite album of theirs. And in mid-set, after I'd already bought the album, they go, by the way, the copy of the album that is currently for sale has 3 tracks on it that have never been released and are being now released for the first time ever. So that's cool. I now have Lost Narcissist Cookbook media, I guess. Hi, Safi, bye bite. I discovered that my local library is really nice and a lot bigger than the one in my hometown. Hell yeah, we love our local libraries. Hi, Safi. Mod, shout out for Safi. Thank you, mods, for doing it before the words could even finish coming out of my mouth. At least the files, if I was doing like 2 or 3 at a time, would have been different. That's fair, that's fair. I'm working with a lot of obscure shit as well, so fair point. I have a lot of like small CDs from local artists and bands and shit. Teehee. Hello, and mods. Thank you, Zelda. Safi is good friend to chat. Safi is good friend. I love my friends. I need to talk to my friends more. I'm so bad at talking to my friends. Chat, I'm a terrible friend. Alright, alright. I love my friend. Oh, what if I killed you with a rock? Would you still love me? Chat, would you still love me if I killed you with a rock? Chat, would you still love me if I killed you with a rock? World's most normal guy. World's most normal guy. Chat, why am I like this? Chat, who broke me? I'm thinking I kind of want to make the harness higher on the body. AE, don't. If you kill me, I will not cook for you. Okay. I won't kill you. I won't kill you, Kibu. I mean, I was asking for consent anyway. You know, I was kind of asking for consent. I won't kill you, okay, Kibu? So you dispose of my body in the way I want to be disposed of. How do you want to be disposed of, Nadia? I'll need details for that. I promise, Chad, if you let me kill you with a rock, I will make sure that your corpse ends up wherever you want for it to be. I promise. I'm not a monster. I'm not a monster. Vor mentioned in chat. I respect your desire for your funerary rites, I promise. I do kinda want the harness to be up higher, so I might see about moving it later. The Narcissus Cookbook was the first person I've ever asked for an autograph from, and it makes me feel better that I got it on the exclusive code of the CD. Same. I mean, I've asked a lot of people for autographs. Actually, one of my prized possessions, give me a second. One of my prized possessions, okay? This is up on my wall, no joke. If I can find a picture of it. I know I sent it to Retro. So I was never the kind of person who, like, really asked artists for autographs. I had to do it every now and then, but I never really went out of my way for it, because it felt like enough to just buy merch. But then I went to see my favorite band. My favorite band is a band called Pigeon Pit. And I went to 2 of their shows. You know, I went to one show, and I ended up driving 3 hours to see them again a few days later. Right outside of the venue after the second show, I found on the ground a loose traffic reflector. And I went and found every touring member of the band, and I went, hey, would you sign this? And they did. So that was cool. I was like, hey, will you sign this? And they all just did. They all just did. I hope it's one of the weirder things they've been asked to sign. I thought it was really cool. I normally just get CDs signed or some shit, but this is one of my prized possessions. It's up on my wall. It is up on my wall under the set list for Confession Kids from Fest last year, the ticket for my first ever punk show, and a painting that Lycan made for me. If someone came up to you and asked you to sign a traffic reflector, would you not sign it? Oh, I would absolutely sign it. No questions asked. Chat, if you walked up and asked me to sign just about anything, if you saw me in public and asked me to sign something for you, I'd sign it. I'd sign it. What's a traffic reflector? You know, the little, like, yellow, white, and red things that are between the lanes and all the edges of the lanes, like, when you're driving? It's those. Yeah. It's these things. I'm so cool. I'm so punk. Do, 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 do. This is Amigo the Devil, and I love Amigo the Devil. It's good shit. It's good music, chat. Alright. Goes to EE with a mangled arm for them to sign. I mean, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do it. Yeah, I'll sign it. You're fine, Darkman. It's not that big a deal. I do prefer when people all caps it, but it's not that big a deal. Like, for folks who are interested, what's the deal with your name? It is a title. It is not a name. I have a name, but you don't get to know it because I am a Fae Beast, etc., etc. Fae Beast rules and shit. It would endanger me to give you my true name, and so we function oftentimes off of titles, etc., etc., etc. And so, you do not get my name, but you do get my title, and my title is Archivist. But I'm very, very attached to the letter Ash, which is what this letter is called. It's called Ash. I'm very attached to this letter for personal reasons. And very frequently as a nickname, I will use AE. You can combine them, you can separate them out, whatever's easier. Separated out is nice just because it's more searchable, but, like, you can use either. But, chat, that's not my name. This, not my name. That's not my name. It's not my name. If you call me that, that's not my name. It's not actually that big a deal, but that's not my name. It's not my name. I relinquish my true name. Feel free to eat it. Yeah, you'd how do I say? You'd no, so I'm not gonna make that joke. Chat, names hold power. If I give you my true name, you hold an amount of authority and power over me, and I can't quite afford that. Archivist makes me think of the Magnus Archives horror podcast. I'm familiar with the Magnus Archives. I've enjoyed it in the past. Teehee. But you know. No way, your legal name is not Mr. Streamer VTuber Archivist AE? No. A lot of people assume that Archivist is a name. No, it's a title. It's a title, chat. AE trying to get chat to give them our names. Listen, I don't want that power over you. But besides the point, I'm not nearly as powerful as a Fae Beast or anything, or rather as a high Fae or anything of that sort. I'm the equivalent of an animal in the grand scheme of things. The best I could do is manipulate you in the tiniest ways, but regardless, you don't get my name. Teehee. If I ever met a Fae, could I give them my dead name? That's not your name anymore. Like, the whole notion of a true name, it is something that is intimately tied to your soul, and it is not something static. It is not something that is unchanging. It is the name that is truly resonant and tied to your soul. When you give up a dead name, that's not your true name anymore. You know? It holds no power over you. I'll meet you on the other side. We're playing all of the emotional hits of like 2020 right now, aren't we? The early 2020s are here, chat. Really have to finish to the trends always diminish. Did I say that right? Well, to my understanding, an individual with that is a system, like those are separate people. One of them gives up their soul, gives up their identity, gives up their personhood and selfhood, but the others don't necessarily. So this is how it ends. I promise to never go outside again. This makes me feel things. Bye. That line always gets me. Alright, I'm normal. Chat, I need to figure out how to keep working on this. I need to keep working on this. What the fuck? I need to keep making progress on this, but I kind of don't want to. What if I just doodled for a bit? Because, like, I do need to work on this project. Do I have any other art-related projects that I need to be working on as well? Because we could take a break and work on, like, emotes or something for a bit. That's always an option. But I'm currently just kind of hitting a wall with this, and I'm finding myself not wanting to work with it, and that might, like... How do I say? It might be prudent to step away from this project for a little bit, but I'm not sure what else to work on in the meantime. Let me grab my notebook. I have my to-do list in there. So this is how it ends. I promise never go outside again. Are you getting lazy? Would I ever know? Am I right back where I started 14 years ago? If there ever was, that all I ever wanted is a little bit of everything, all of the time. A bit of everything, all of the time. And boredom is a crime, anything and everything inside. Love, smoke, don't panic. Call me up and tell me a joke. Okay. So I could just work on emotes and shit. That's an option. We could work on emotes. We could work on about panels. What if you gave up your name to a Fae and years later realized you're trans and wanted a new name? You've already given up ownership and personhood at that point. Because, like, how do I say? The true name... Okay, so here's the thing, chat. At the very least, in Ashi, in the Fae language of my world, the words soul and name are the same. Those concepts are one in the same. To give someone your name is to give them control and authority and ownership over you to an extent. It is to offer up your soul and your personhood. You kind of already did the deed. I'm trying to think like what else I could work on. Cause like I do need to work on new emotes and whatnot, but am I particularly driven in that direction right now? I don't know. I could just try to find something fun to doodle. I need to work on some new merch stuff as well for September. I also have a print that I need to finish for Icon at some point. One sec. I do still have this that I need to work on and finish. This is a print that's eventually going to end up on the merch store. You know what, fuck it, we might work on this for a little bit. It's the icon print. Does it matter or shattered? Alright, where was I on this? Alright, I can do this. This is easy. I can do this. Also, I promise my name is not Archivist Bitington. No, it is not. My name's none of your business. Teehee, I'm smart enough for that, chat. You can't trick me that easily. As soon as the print is available, A is getting my money. God, some of y'all love Icon more than you love me. What the fuck is this, chat? How could some of you love Icon more than you love me? What the actual fuck? So rude, so mean to me. Chat, I'm so excited to see a bunch of my friends at Off-Kai. I'm gonna get to see some friends I've never gotten to meet in person before. I don't think, actually, there's only like one person I'm gonna be seeing at Off-Kai that I've met in person before, actually. That's kind of scary. At this point, I've gotten pretty good at meeting online friends, but like, damn. There's only one person I'm seeing at Off-Kai that like I've met before. Daddy birthday was a miracle. Welcome back, Darkwood Rider. I've moved over to working on a print for a little bit because, like, I was kind of hitting a wall with the thing. That's how it goes. Hi, Pyro. Yeah, I'm streaming. It's a rare 4 stream week. Welcome on in, Shortling Bird as well. Looks at AE collar I bought that's orange with stars on it. Is that an icon collar? Yes, it is. Were you not aware that that when you bought it that it was icon merch? Were you not aware of that? Ah, shit. Fuck. At the time, I had never seen Icon. You know what? Fair. I'm glad you bought it and enjoyed it. Presumably, if I can be honest, chat, I was in a much better place in life a year ago. Especially when it comes to like friends and thinking about the old merch store. Damn. Fuck my old merch guy for the ways he screwed me over. But God, I lost so many chat. Okay. I'm gonna talk a bit about stuff that I've kind of kept quiet about. Last year I partner pushed here on Twitch. For those who are unaware, like when you are a Twitch streamer, very frequently, as you start to approach the line of Twitch partner, which is around like 75 average viewers, a lot of people will partner push to try and like guarantee themselves that opportunity and all of the doors that it opens. Because it's a really really big opportunity to like gain status and opportunity and access on this platform. And about a week before I hit Twitch partner, I had a very big falling out with a couple friends. Like one of my friends out of nowhere started talking crap about me and ended up cutting ties with me and causing a big kerfuffle that lost me a lot of my friends. So most of the people that I was friends with a year ago are no longer in my life because of the actions of that one person. And over a period of months, like it was still 6 months later, and I had people leaving my life over that situation. Including my old merch guy. And I'm very much over most of it at this rate, but I won't pretend that that did not leave a very shitty mark on like how I navigate and process interpersonal relationships, especially in content space. Having a lot of people that I very much trusted and surrounded myself with out of nowhere just like leave and cut ties. Do you know who the one person who started it was? Yeah, I'm not gonna name names. I'm not gonna make that a public situation. I don't think there's any worth and value in doing so. At this point, I've talked to enough people to very much know that like what was happening. Like I've had enough people come forward and tell me what was being said about me to know who it was and what was being said. Um, and that I was being lied about and all that, but there's nothing I can do about it now. That said, I won't pretend that like God, it hurts how many people I lost to that whole mess. You know? Fuck my old merch guy for other reasons though. Fuck my old merch guy for other reasons, including like repeatedly dating people under 20 as a 28-year-old. You know? Like, I had started distancing myself well before all of this happened over that. I was already like looking for alternatives and trying to find an out over that shit. I was just kind of forced to do so a lot quicker than I would have wanted to, and a lot of money got stolen from me in the process. Yeah. They were also a content creator who started it, yes, but I'm not gonna name names or make it any kind of public shit. At this point, it was a long time ago. Oh, sorry, I'm complaining about my old merch guy, Neko. I'm complaining about the big drama I had to deal with starting in like September of last year and everything that happened around it. And talking about how my old merch guy was 27, recently turned 28, and the last like handful of relationships he's been in have all been with people under the age of 20. And how like I'd already been planning to distance myself, but had been hoping to, one, establish an alternative and also, like, get my money back first, you know? It was a whole thing. Lola Mao. There will be an ad hitting in a second, by the way. I might see if I can find a snack during the ad break time. I'm a little hungry. Y'all too punk ass to be bothering with that age. Move on to MILFs. I mean, I'm the punk. I will say, like, there's still a lot of people I lost to that whole debacle that I miss, and that there is some ache about, but, you know, I think I won. There's a lot of people, from that mess that I'd be happy to someday hear from again, but I doubt it. All we can do is keep on fighting. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm gonna see if I can find a snack. Chad, I brought a man with me. Sometimes when he's napping, I kidnap him. Do you want to say hi? Do you want to say hi? No, you want to eat tape. This tracks. This makes perfect sense. Chad, he's currently eating tape. Because he's the worst. Chad, he's evil. Chad, one of Boozle's favorite pastimes is eating tape, and I don't know what to do about it. Welcome back from the ads, folks. Appreciate the hell, y'all. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Sorry, so Boozle is my roommate's cat. Boozle's favorite pastime is eating tape. Continued the Owl House. I like most of it, but I potentially have a potentially hot take. What's your hot take? Boozle is a critter, indeed. Also, yee, I do love Epi the Musical, Beanbag. I can Odysseus. Acceptable behavior, reward them with a tape roll. No. No. If you can eat fruit by the foot, they can eat masking tape? No. I'm not giving him masking tape. Any plans on seeing The Odyssey, like the new AI-generated movie, or is there a different one? Because I'm only familiar with the AI-generated one. Is there a different one? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really watch movies. But I do kin Odysseus from The Odyssey, because I have a little bit of a problem. I don't know Pyro. I have no clue. I don't know. I don't watch movies. I don't keep up with news around movies. The Chris Nolan one, don't know who that is. I do not know who that is. I know nothing about movies. I don't watch movies. I listen to music. Do you have a favorite movie of all time? I I don't know. I like Silence of the Lambs. I don't know. How about Epic the musical? I would love if they made a movie of Epic the musical. I would watch that. I would watch that. I don't know. I'm just a guy on the internet. I have no clue. I just know that I heard something recently about an Odyssey movie that is entirely AI generated. And that's all I've heard about an Odyssey movie. If there's a different one, cool. That's just the only Odyssey movie that I have heard about in the last like 6 months. Take me with a grain of salt. I don't keep up with news related to movies because I watch like 2 movies a year. I do love Silence of the Lambs though, it's beautiful. I have seen The Princess Bride. That is a movie I've seen, but I saw it like at least a decade ago. I think I was like 8 when I saw it. Epic the musical, the movie is in the works. What the fuck? Chat, I don't know things. I am an expert on like 2 things. Those things are like very basic neuroscience and punk music, and that's literally it. I'm not even an expert on punk music. I'm okay at leftist theory. I don't know. I'm okay at a lot of things. I know a fair deal about neuroscience, necropolitics, leftist politics in general, punk music, Florida's leftist political scene, and that's basically it. I also know a lot about fish. This is true. I know a lot about fish. Do you guys want to see an eel? This goober sent me an unsolicited fish pic. Can y'all believe that? And you liked it, motherfucker. You like it when I send you unsolicited fish pics, don't you, freak? Yeah, and you like it. I send you unsolicited fish pics because you like it. Chad, his name's Leviathan. His name's Leviathan. He's a very, very good eel. His name is Leviathan. You're welcome. The AI Odyssey movie is made by Chud's mad at Nolan's Odyssey for being woke or whatever. Got it. Okay, cool. I had only heard about the AI one. His name is Leviathan. He's very good. Do I have any other fish pics I've sent people recently? I should just look through our DMs and see the last time I sent an image, which is going to be like at least 2 months ago at this point. Because I don't talk to people. I'm very shy and very busy. Oh, it's not a fish, but I have this. I want fish, I fear woman. This sounds about right. With all the love in the world, Neko, you give me the vibes of a cis guy who's terrified to talk to women. I say this lovingly, alright? You bully me enough for, like, I don't know, being gay or something. You send me, like, femboy, catboy memes. I'm allowed to bite back here and there. They can talk circles around me even when I'm right. It's unfair. Yeah. Yeah. Do I have any other fish pics? Oh, chat, I miss playing on the Vintage Story server. I gotta set one up again soon when, like, life allows. I have too much shit going on in my life. Chat! Gun bong! Gun bong! I just forward memes that I see on feeds slash servers. So here's the thing, I don't look at memes. But I need to get better at doing that. I don't really send people shit, but I want to get better about that. Fish. I also have the habit of taking everything too seriously all the time. Chat. Fish. I know a lot about fish. Real pin that's on my battle jacket, by the way. This is a real pin on my battle jacket. I steal marine animals when aquarium workers aren't looking. Did Vintage Story today and got to talk to one of the devs. Kind of neat getting to the village, hell yeah. I really, really like Vintage Story as a game, and I liked playing on the server with everyone. I just have not had time lately. I have been so fucking busy and just struggling to keep on top of everything and like financially strained lately, so, you know. Chat, do you want to see gay sharks? I will say, if you are sensitive to, like, animals that appear in pain, look away. I promise these animals are not actually hurting each other, but it does look like one of the animals is in distress. Like, he's fine. I know enough about sharks to tell you that the shark is fine. He just looks not okay, so if animals in distress bother you, look away. Chat, gay sharks. Gay sharks. This is them flirting. This is them flirting. Me and live duty, yeah. Yeah. Yes, so actually, like, at least for carpet sharks, it is normal mating behavior to like grab onto the fin, and try to use that to be like, hey, 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 sex. That's just what they do. That's just what they do. It's normal behavior. He's fine. But you know, fish. I know too much about fish. Back to fish drama fish. Hello, Flynn, as well. It's been a hot minute. How have you been? Vintage Story is hard as fuck as a solo player. See, I enjoyed playing on it, you know, on the Discord server because we used to have a community server, and I miss playing on it. I just have not had time, and I kind of don't have money right now to keep running it. I have never worn that pin in an aquarium, so I've never gotten in trouble for it. But maybe someday. See, I hear gun bong, and I think of the photo of a Vietnam soldier using a service rifle as a bong. I want a gun-shaped bong. I think it'd be funny. I don't smoke weed enough for it. I want to smoke weed more often. Anyway, I'm normal. Glad you're surviving at the very least before my bite. From what I've seen so far, I'm surprised AE Kin's Hunter. AE gives me King vibes. I do not relate to your King at all. If that's your impression of me, you have a very incorrect impression of me as a person. With all the love in the world, Pyro, if that is your impression of me, then the only elements of my personality that you've picked up on are like the extremely surface level performance elements, you know? You've not seen past level 1 of my performance. You've not seen past the first level of my facade. AE King vibes, but in the Elvis way. I love this is about the Owl House, which is a show that I absolutely adore. But no, back on the previous conversation, like, I lost a lot of friends last year, and I admittedly am occasionally still hurting about it, especially recently due to some other bullshit that's been happening in life. Things have been really rough recently. But hey, we keep on loving, keep on fighting with everything we've got. I miss a lot of the folks that I've lost. Fuck my old merch guy and fuck the friend who started all that bullshit and started spreading rumors about me. To level up to level 2 AE. My impression of AE is a guinea pig. I've seen past all the layers. What if I killed you? What would you do? One thing I do get worried about as a content creator actually is like people taking me as too surface level. Because like I do a lot of bits here, you know. There's a lot of bits, there's a lot of theatrics in what I do on stream. There's a lot of theatrics. And sometimes I wonder if people take the theatrics at surface value. Because that's actually a problem I've had in the past with my content. There are certain elements of my theatrics that I've had to tone down or remove because people took it too seriously and started coming to the incorrect impression of me as a person. Which is always a very interesting thing. When you gotta do 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 do. If you killed me, I would be one with the soil and I would grow a tree. You know what? Fair point. Besides, you're more of a gay little prince who will totally marry a princess any day now and has good relationships with the council and scheming units. Do I give off princely energy? Is that a statement being made about me? Do I give off princely energy? Do I do that? Is that a me thing? Huh? Do I give off princely energy? I think you have a decent grasp of you as a person, but I'm not your friend or anything. See, if I recall, no, it wasn't you. It was someone else that I had that conversation with. I don't know. I'm not sure your impression of me, Rowan. I do really love actually knowing what people think of me, partially because I love living rent free in people's heads. And there's been a couple times I've had conversations with viewers wherein like they've talked about how I have this air of mystique around me, and I'm like, haha, I feel powerful. Oh, you're fine, Pyro. You're fine. Prince who abandons royalty and pursues their passion as the bard. I've actually had people like give a similar. This is not the first time I've heard something like this before. I've had a lot of people say that the energy I carry myself with, both like online and in person, tell me that the energy I carry myself with is like that of a runaway prince turned rogue or some shit. You're not the first person to assert this kind of thing about me, online or in person. Thank you for making me normal, Kai. Bye bye. See, I just get silly with it sometimes. I like my theatrics, though. You do give runaway energy, though I think that might be the folk punk. I mean, I was also quite literally homeless. Like, I was literally actually homeless. Like, that's an actual thing I went through. That's not a bit or anything. Do I need to clarify, Chad, that the homelessness shit was not a bit? Like, I was actually home. A's leader of a rebel band stomping about the woods. I mean, basically, I lead a revolutionary effort for my version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse, you know? That's my Ashen. That's what my Ashen are. We're a revolutionary crew. Sure, we're not stomping about the woods, but we live in an abandoned building. We're fighting for change here, you know? Why would that be a bit? I just got concerned for a second. I just got concerned for a second. I want to make sure folks know that I'm not like joking about having used to be homeless and shit. Like y'all, this community literally saved my life when I was homeless. You have commoner who looked like the Lost Prince, and now you're entangled in courtly intrigue. No, a lot of people have told me in my life that I give off the vibes of like runaway prince or some shit. Many people have told me this. A prince in favor of anarchy is just a teen rebelling against their parents. No, I'm an anarchist. I put a lot of thought into my ideology and all that. It's an ideology that I've carried for a long time now. Do do. This stream even. Oh my god, only 6 vor mentions. Y'all, we gotta get good. Got more can energy? Chat, I love energy drinks. I love caffeine. You do not give princely vibes. Specifically, runaway former prince is what a lot of people have told me. At the very least, people who know me IRL or have interacted with me outside of this whole sphere. I've been told by many folks that I have the energy of like that I carry myself with an amount of purpose and confidence and authority, and that I give the vibes, the gentleness, the care of someone who's a little. Apparently it's the energy I walk with. Gotta send you something about caffeine. Ayo, I love caffeine. The lion does not concern itself with its erratic heartbeat rate. Hey, fuck you. What's my heart at right now? I'm actually only 86 right now. That's not bad. 86 is not terrible. In any case, me and my 86 BPM resting heart rate are fine, actually. You give me the vibes of someone who's trying just to stay afloat but isn't like drowning. I mean, to be fair, when we met in person, Blem, this was like pretty shortly after I had escaped the homelessness saga, and I think you were okay. Actually, Blem. Fun fact: meeting you was the second time I ever met like someone I knew from content creation in person. You were the second person from the content creation sphere to meet me in person. So I was a little anxious then on my death. Hello, Hoggy. Bye. Lovely to see you. Thank you for making me normal as well. Egg cooking device. No sense toasting them till they figure it out. Money spell went oop. Hey, it was really lovely seeing you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again for fucking Megaplex. It'll be fun. It'll be a good weekend. It'll be an expensive weekend, but you know what? I'm trying to let myself like enjoy life here and there. Teehee. Gonna be real if I had to put you somewhere in a battlefield situation. I feel like you're a combat medic. I know first aid, and I've been wanting to get involved in like a lot of the protest safety team shit around here. That's like a thing I've been wanting to do. Thank you for making me normal. Somehow I doubt the person who bites people for the love of the game falls there. But it's my favorite pastime. It's my favorite activity. What do you mean, Neko? Come on. I've always been a grungy vagabond type. I remember one of my ex's mom asked if I was a homeless guy before they met me. Hi, Float. Been a hot minute. How are you doing? I'm also remembering I need to check who all I know is going to Offkai. I need to go and like look around and poke and see who I know is going to be at Offkai. Scary. Can never bring myself to tell her that I was that homeless looking person. No, the homelessness saga was a time. It gets me a lot of street cred though. I love the credibility having once been homeless grants me. Not too great, but living. Hope you're doing well though. I'm doing okay. Life's been not as well as it could be this past like month. Like I'm gonna be honest, July has been a shit show. But you know what? Overall, in the grand scheme of things, life's been good. Life's working out in some nice directions. I'm certainly a bit overwhelmed and in over my head and whatnot, but I'm living. I'm happy with the direction that life is taking. Um, and I'm hoping things will be fully back to normal very soon. Hello, Groggy, as well. Hi, hi, hi. How does one get trained to be field medic? Is it something I want to do for my community? Okay, if you're looking to get involved in like protest safety, you're gonna want to find the leftist groups in your area. A great way to actually do that. Find out who organized your most recent No Kings protest, or maybe like if there was a Juneteenth march in your area, find out what group organized that. Look at what leftist protests have been happening in your area and find whatever group organized them. Okay? And then you're going to get in contact with them. You're going to go to their next meeting because chances are they have regular meetings in a public location, or you're going to DM them and try to talk to them. You're going to find some means of getting into contact with them. No kings, obviously. And you're going to start going to their meetings. And it might be a while before you can actually like sit down and talk to them about like, hey, do they need more people on their safety team, what have you. But you want to start integrating yourself and becoming like familiar with the space, and getting to know the people involved until you feel well established enough to try and take steps towards getting more involved in that capacity. It might take time, but it's worth it. Didn't know the chess fandom had such haters. Not me, but to join my college's furry club just to get to know the local gays. Do it. That's a way to find friends, genuinely. But yeah, like a great place to start is literally just finding out what organizations near you organize the protests. And finding out how you can get involved. And you might not be able to start like training to do safety at protests day one. You know, chances are they're going to want to get to know you better first. They're going to want to start off smaller, having you come to events, maybe help move materials and set things up. But in time, you'll be able to find those spaces. I promise. I know in my city, there is every Thursday a meeting of a lot of the local leftists in my area, all different varieties of leftists, anywhere from anarchists to Marxist-Leninists to socialists, and we all meet up and we talk about strategy, we talk about issues facing our community, we'll have talks, sometimes by members of our community, sometimes by local politicians, sometimes by organizers from other states. And we will figure out our next moves, and we will organize, and we will have a potluck, and we will talk to like-minded people, and that's beautiful. Also go to shows, small punk shows and stuff, yeah, absolutely. You'll find a lot of leftists there who can get you more involved. Other great places to start if you don't have like a local group who's organizing protests, or if you're looking for a more specifically anarchist direction, try looking to see if you have an active sector of Food Not Bombs in your area. They're an international organization primarily operating in the United States, Canada, and Europe. If you have a local chapter near you that's doing work, they are an anarchist-leaning leftist organization that's primarily dedicated to trying to feed homeless populations, but they do a ton of mutual aid work. They're incredible. Thank you so much for the advice. Of course, of course. Been told by activist friends that it'll take time, and I'm mentally prepared for that. Big things before I start is making sure it's a safe job. It's safe to the job I hold. Absolutely, absolutely. Take care of yourself first and foremost. I know for me, like when I got FBI investigated last year, I had to step away from my activism for a few months for my own safety. and for the safety of the people around me. Like, do what you need to for yourself first and foremost. But I absolutely encourage people to get involved in activism, even if that's just going to a protest here and there, even if that's just going to the meetings. Hell, there are some weeks where I just go to the meetings and I hit up the potluck and I don't do much, and that's okay, because sometimes we need that. It'll be okay. Have you all ever gotten wings and gotten drunk over sports ball? No, but I've done that at punk shows over music. It'll take time, but it's worth it. One thing that I do, like within my local activism area, is I attend a lot of firearm training sessions, and I will very regularly bring friends who have never shot a gun before to these early morning little firearm training sessions, and I will help teach them how to use a gun. And it's a small thing that makes a difference. Because I grew up around firearms. I'm not an incredible shot, but if you are able to, like, hit a sheet of paper from 20 feet away, congratulations, that's good enough in a self-defense situation. And I help these people learn how to use a gun for the first time because, like, having that skill is very necessary if you're a marginalized person in this day and age for self-defense. You know? Under my bed with a letter that said I was sorry, just in case I was ever found dead. Just slide away in the hole that I dug in my room, and my body would change out and face you. To start, if you're scared of the way that your skin will react, and I'm coming out slowly with mammoth explosions. Don't know who knows it, or maybe I do. And it's all right. You don't have to give up your cage if the sun's still too bright. 'Cause sometimes you're strong and others you're scared, and sometimes it's to be strong but vastly unprepared. I'm doing my best. Sorry, this song is really important to me. A lot of these songs are. Been to the Rage once. It wasn't too terrible, to be honest. My inter-American showing. I hold that firearms are a very important part of modern activist efforts in America. You cannot stand up to a fascist government that is willing to wield tanks and water cannons and sound devices against their populace if you do not have a means to defend yourself. And for much of history, the presence of guns, not their use, but simply their presence, was fundamental to securing many of the rights we now enjoy. The civil rights movement may have been largely peaceful, but it was only peaceful because there was the threat of violent alternative. Because many of those protests were staffed by armed participants, or because the Black Panthers were there as the alternative. I know a lot of people are uncomfortable around or wielding firearms, but they are tools of de-escalation. And in a world wherein we are being labeled as terrorists for so much as being trans, or being leftist, I think having the capacity to stand our own in situations is important. I understand why a lot of people are uncomfortable with them, but, you know. Speaking of, I'm going to watch the game tomorrow with a bunch of people, and a bottle of bourbon one of my buddies got from south of the border. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Enjoy. This song is Internet Ads by She, Her, Hers. This entire album is incredible and it's so important to me. Food Not Bombs in my area was super active until very recently. I mean, they're trying to keep it going, but it's slow. And that's how it goes sometimes. I'm proud of you for picking back up the torch. I need to get more involved in Food Not Bombs in my area, honestly. But I really care about them. It's a good group. See the importance of self-defense, but for personal reasons, they'd rather stick to other methods, and that's so fair. I will say, like, if you're running safety at a protest, maybe not if you're primarily doing first aid, but most of the time, like, most safety folk at protests are armed. I know the friend of mine who does a lot of protest safety shit in my area. He's always armed. He's always packing. Ah. He's one of the guys I go shooting with, so. He helped refresh me on guns about a year ago. Why am I getting an alert for stream from my calendar app on my watch now? We've been streaming for almost 4 hours. What the fuck? Alright, whatever. But this anecdote in a book where a bunch of anti-fascists showed up to stop a Nazi band from performing and were successful in driving the band off, but they made sure to have a vet with a handgun a bit away just in case they needed to defend themselves. Yeah. It's de-escalation sometimes. Round. Alright, chat. I know how to draw. I'm capable of drawing. I know how to draw. I must be good for something, yeah, yeah. Put us in the ground. I recognize this one. My friend showed me his work. It's good music. It's very good music. Don't handle guns regularly, but consider one of my interests in watching YouTube vids on their Operation Daily. Completely valid. I don't have gun autism. I do not have gun autism. I just recognize their necessity in leftist efforts. You know? There's the joke, if you go far enough left, you get your fucking guns back. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You go far enough left, you get your fucking guns back. Yeah, that must be good for something, yeah. Never heard them, but it's a beggar quote. It's really good. You go far enough left, you get your fucking guns back. I mean, joke, it is just true. Like, you start talking to far leftists, yeah, most of us recognize the necessity of guns as tools of change in the context of America, you know? Just wanted to stop by and say hi, but cool art. Thank you so much, Strawberry Raven. Hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. Just currently doodling and drawing. Do not have gun autism either. I've had an S&W 1854 for years and never tried another gun other than an M19. I mean, valid. Gun's cool. Yeah, we switched over to working on this piece because I was just kind of getting stuck with the model, and I wanted to do something a little bit lower stress for a bit, you know? Something a little bit lower stake. Unfortunately, the one flaw of my current setup with drawing is that it's so hard to set up that I can't just, like, do it in bed anymore, which makes it harder to get started. I think I need to find a way to do art, like, more casually. Without so much, physical strain, you know? I need to... One thing I'm learning is that, like, if the only way I can do a task is sitting at my desk, it's a lot harder for me to get into the space of doing it. So, like, video editing is a struggle for me, partially because it requires me to be seated at my desk, and I don't like doing that. Don't think even to be hard left. I think Minnesota showed that even some moderate leftists will rock some heat if a far-right government pushes too far. I mean, yeah, like, listen, the reason why the Second Amendment exists is so that we can defend ourselves against a tyrannical government, you know? The Second Amendment, I will say, like, as much as the Constitution is a flawed document, the Second Amendment was written in the blood of a people who could not defend themselves, and was written, not necessarily. No, that's not entirely true. That's not quite true, actually. I'm amending that statement. But, like, the Second Amendment is born of the trauma of people who had to fight for an amount of freedom, even if the freedom they were fighting for was an uneven and deeply flawed one in the first place. You know, like the Second Amendment is the work of a people who had to wage a revolution for their rights, even if part of that right was the right to harm and enslave others. You know, if that makes sense. It was actually written in black walnut ink. It's a notes and whatever. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the founding fathers and whatnot were good people who stood for the freedom of all, but the reason the Second Amendment is there is because they had to fight for their rights, and because they acknowledged that it would be potentially necessary for others to defend their own rights as well with violence, or for them to later defend their own rights. It exists out of an acknowledgement that violence is sometimes a necessary tool to wield against power. You know? Even if they themselves were slave owners and bigots and doers of harm, that's why this shit exists. As leftist scholar, if I may be so bold as to call myself such, for the greater good of humanity, we must hold a book in the right and again in the left, very much so. I like that phrasing quite a lot, Darkwood Rider. If an innocent man can get legally shot, you could be too. Should I actually had to say to try and fail to convince a friend that Asian shootings are in fact bad? Fuck that friend. Why are you... Okay. I say this knowing how hard it can be to lose people, but, like, why are you friends with that person? Lovingly. Why hold on to that relationship, you know? I hope they become a better person. I'm very much a believer in the capacity and ability for people to change, but damn. If we made a truly feel free society, we'd probably make a similar thing to the Second Amendment, but this time actually defend true freedom. Have we met you at a very Irish time in your life? That phrasing is so funny to me. Well, about that, he was the worst, so we split. Okay, cool. Glad you no longer have that person in your life. Just because Jefferson got his 14-year-old slave girl pregnant multiple times doesn't mean his writing of the Declaration of Independence were wrong. Yeah, like, I think, how do I say? We can simultaneously acknowledge that the founding fathers were shitty people who held on to horrid beliefs, while also acknowledging that, like, that they may have been in very specific contexts correct, and that some of their decisions came from, you know, a fight for freedom, even if it was a inherently biased one, you know? Unfortunately, as much as nuance can be frustrating at times, I love nuance, things can simultaneously be good in some elements and bad in others, you know? It is fully possible for something to be good and bad in different and overlapping ways. You know? This is about a lot of past revolutions. Absolutely, yeah. Like, a lot of them, how do I say? A lot of revolutionary efforts led to better societies than the ones that they left behind, but still deeply flawed ones. Which, and I think it's worth acknowledging that society is constantly pushing forward towards better ends, constantly progressing. And, like, I fully imagine there will come a time 50 years ago where I find that some of the beliefs that I've held on to, and whatnot, where I find that there are social issues that I have overlooked. I know even now that I am imperfect, and that, like, there have been times where chatters have called me out in some regard for lacking awareness or oversights in specific subjects. Like, I will not be surprised if in 50 years there are the rise of new social issues and classes that I did not have the awareness of in my time. And that some of the fights that I fight now may be lacking in some elements. Like, it's a very possible thing to happen. We are constantly growing and progressing as a society, and hopefully we are progressing towards better ends. You know? Listening to an audiobook of Common Sense by Thomas Paine, which seems very related to this, laid out pretty eloquently why we should have Republican government over hereditary monarchies, but he also claimed that Jews and Catholics were to blame for hereditary monarchy as a common form of government. Yeah, like, it's fully possible for a belief or system or individual to be correct in certain ways and very wrong in others. I love people who defend Columbus with Benedict's time was fine arguments as if he wasn't absolutely fried for that shit. Yeah. It is also worth noting that a lot of the time when people go, oh, XYZ was acceptable at a given point in time, that oftentimes it actually wasn't. It's really, really funny to me how often times wherein people tried to excuse the shitty actions of people in the past, like, it was at points in times where they were regarded as being horrendous, but, you know. You know? And I hope that we continue progressing towards better ends. Gradually. You know. Thank you for the follow, Barber Bye Bye. What did Columbus do wrong? He's just a goofy guy who solves homicides. That my blood type is a universal donor, well then maybe the universe will stay sober. Okay. Sleeves are hard. We got this. Like, I always think probably wasn't acceptable to victims, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna play a very relevant song, actually. I'm gonna play a very relevant song. I'm gonna play the absolute State of the Union by the Narcissist Cookbook. Very good song. Hi, Peru, Barker Bye Bye. Yeah, I ended up moving over to working on the icon print because I was just kind of hitting a wall with this where I'm like, okay, I need to do more working and thinking off stream. You know? You're what I imagine the average Poor Man's Poison listener is. The funny thing is I barely listen to Poor Man's Poison. I like Poor Man's Poison, at least what I've heard of them, but I barely listen to them. I just listen to folk punk. I love the Narcissist Cookbook. I was so pleased to get to see them live for my HRT anniversary. They're incredible. This is the absolute State of the Union. It is a song about the people of Bristol rolling a statue of Edward Colston, a proud slave owner, into a fucking river. It's very relevant to the ongoing conversation. Accidentally showered my cat with me yesterday. If I'm home alone and my roommate's not here and I get in the shower, Boozle will scream at me until I let him in the room. Thank you for the follow, Barbara Bye Bye. Heard so much of the Narcissistic Quick Man. I love it. They're so talented. I love them. What do you mean? Oh no? Fear? Should I be afraid? Should I be worried? Oh dear. Well, look who it is. Welcome on in, Scree the Rat. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Lovely to see ya. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are y'all doing tonight? Hi, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard, a leftist, and anarchist. You can find me talking queer issues, punk shit. Welcome on in, No Man's Land official as well. Mods, make sure that these folks get shout outs. Make sure these wonderful individuals get some love. Like I said, I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk, a bastard. You can find me talking about anarchy, about leftism, about queer issues, about all sorts of bullshit here. We're currently working on some art as we yap. This is a print that'll hopefully eventually be up in my merch store. Long story, lot going on here. Hope everyone's doing well. Make sure everyone on my end that you give some love to Scree the Rat. Super talented cosplayer, by the way, as well as to Son of a Ghost. Feel free to introduce yourselves to tell us what you were up to tonight. Pleasure to have you. Ooh. Were y'all also arting? Oh, whoa. What do you mean, show you my taskbar? Oh, whoa. Thank you for the follows as well, folks. I appreciate the hell out of it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. What were y'all up to tonight? Played Chain together, was super painful. Ooh, I have not played that yet, but I hope you all enjoyed it at the very least. Balls indeed. Scream was showing us their taskbar. Were you now? Love this artist. I love the Narcissist Cookbook. Super talented. I got to see them live on my HRT anniversary a few weeks ago. It was an incredible time. I drove 7 hours to Atlanta, Georgia to see the Narcissist Cookbook live on my HRT anniversary, and they bullied me about it when I talked to them at the merch table. Don't be chained on Scree. Pro tip: I will keep that in mind. As much as I do find Scree to be very wonderful. Whenever they pop into my feed, I will bear in mind to not end up chained to them. Understood? Nah, hope y'all had an incredible time. Make sure y'all take care of yourselves. If you need some food, some water, some rest, do as you need. I'll still be here yapping, doing some art for a few more hours. It's a little bit, admittedly, how do I say? It's kind of one of those nights where like I'm mentally all over the place. I am jumping place to place at rapid pace. I cannot keep a solid like fucking monologue in any direction, but you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. That is simply the way of it. We make shit work, we make life happen. This is again a print for the merch store. We're vibing. Nice to hear your whole intro. I was just watching a YouTube video with you and some more spicy words were bleat. Oh. Which video would that be? Such a character on stage. It was so fun. They're so cool. I love them. Good Morning Sunshine is my alarm every morning. Very good song. Oh, I got to see that one performed live. It was great. Nah, we're vibing. Thank you for the hydrates as well, folks. This is a print of the Catboy who occasionally takes over my channel. He's a bastard and a capitalist. Fuck capitalism, chat. In case you need to hear it. In case you need to hear it, fuck capitalism. I despise hierarchy in all its forms. You're being chewed, you taste like a salty uncooked chicken wing. Excuse you, I think I taste better than uncooked chicken wings. I think you have bad taste, even. I think if you ate me, I would taste good, actually. Fuck you. With Cafe Foxtail, hell yeah, I adore Cat. Cat's an absolute sweetheart. Had a lot of fun recording that, and I would love to do something like that with Cat again one of these days. I was very, very happy to be given the opportunity to do a little video. I was very glad, actually, to be given the option to do an Are the Cis Okay video. Because I think it gave me more space to talk about politics in general, because that's my whole deal, you know? Yes, I'm trans. Yes, I talk about queer issues. A lot of my most popular work is that, but I'm a lot more than that, you know? I want to talk about anarchism. I want to talk about queer, or rather, I want to talk about leftist theory. I want to talk about community organizing and change and praxis. for me, being trans is part of that, but more than anything, I'm punk, and my activism is so important to me. Excuse you? Okay, Mr. Chicken Wing Man, what if I ate you? What if I eat you? What about that, huh? Huh? Fuck you. How about that, huh? So the Crane Wives live last fall, and it was such a vibe. I did not get a chance to see the Crane Wives live when they were passing through my area, which is fine with me. Honestly, I'm mostly into the punk side of shit as much as I do love my folk music. But like, they're very talented. I do enjoy their stuff. The sing along parts of the show really helped me cut loose. Yeah, no, they're great. I love the theatrics of the Narcissus Cookbook. Your laugh sounds like two glass bottles with liquid tapping together. That's a new one. I've gotten a lot of interesting takes from folks on what my laugh sounds like. That's a new one. I've gotten guinea pig, I've gotten bubbles popping, I've gotten puppy getting stepped on. That's a new one. Alright. I can hear guinea pig now. I'm not a guinea pig. I'm a foxbird dog chimera from Celtic folklore, but for my bite. Enjoyed your insights enough to find you over here. Seeing some people in chat using the pronoun extension maybe think it's probably a safe space. Indeed, I promise we're a very loud, very queer community. I need to figure out how to get the pronoun things onto my like on-screen chat thing, but I'm working on a new chat box that I'm hoping to unveil in a couple months anyway, so I'll figure that out in time. I'm admittedly not good at the whole like I'm good at the streaming part of streaming. I'm not good at all of like the setup and work around it, you know? I can make some cool content. I have cool ideas. I'm good at talking. I'm not very good at all of the tech and the setup that goes alongside it. But no, I also make video essays over on YouTube. Lots of queer and leftist shenanigans all around. Teehee. Alright, I want to see this without the sketch. Am I happy with how that looks? Hmm. Am I doing this correctly? Chat, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just a guy. Have you heard of the gender census? No, I have not. Are you drawing yourself with the visible binder? So this is not me. This is Icon. This is the catboy who occasionally takes over the channel. But yes, if I were to pull out his model, he does have a visible binder. One sec. I actually have a visible binder. One sec. If you pay attention on my model, if I pull this out, if I take my jacket off, actually, you can't see it with my jacket on, but you can see my binder under my shirt kind of slipping out. It's something that I actually used to be very insecure about whenever I would wear like tank tops and sleeveless shirts. The fact that the binder was always visible underneath it, but I've come to enjoy it actually. I think it gives a fun vibe to it. But yeah, there's visible binder on my model. And if I were to pull out Icon's model, which I can do. Come on. There he is. That's Icon. He's the catboy who occasionally takes over the channel. Yeah, he's got visible binder. Matilda, my laugh sounds the same as having an asthma attack, so there's that. Good for you, question mark? Alright, there will be ads hitting soon, by the way, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. You all know the drill. Teehee. Alright, alright, alright. How does a non-binary samurai kill people? I don't know. How? How does a non-binary samurai kill people? I feel like I should know this. They slash them. Oh my god. That's actually really good, but I kind of want to steal that. I'm gonna tell that one to my roommate later. Alright. Alright, I want to see, how do I trace these lines to work well? Chat, it's everyone's favorite pop punk band. Sorry for the ads, folks. Twitch just forced me to run them. Y'all know the drill. You know what? I'm not gonna do this. I'll worry about this later. This is a problem for future me. Let me see. Do I have my sketch layer still? Yes. All on the idiot nation, everyone isn't meant to be okay. The song hurts a little given it was always true and just hasn't changed. Hello, Hunter! Bark by Bite, how are you? Related to an earlier convo, but sharing the prop my body against a tree and let it rot with some other anarchists I know, and also like that for them, and wonder if there's a relation. For me, I've stated very explicitly before what I want to be done with my body after I die and how it's not legal. When I die, I want my body to be abandoned in the woods for the scavengers. I want to be food for the critters, you know? I want to be left for the animals. Let the scavengers have me. Unfortunately, that is not legal in most countries. New kind of tension. Everything's meant to be okay. Television dreams of tomorrow. Do 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 do. Alright, checking one or two things real quick. Bark by Bite. Having nostalgia bomb from 3 AM trips to McDonald's parking lot. Not real invalid. I know a song called, I think it's called The Last Ever McDonald's. It's a pretty good song. I'm very Chad, all I want to do tonight is like talk about music. I'm not gonna lie. I would want that too, but I can't. So I'd like to be cremated, put in a few specific places. Valid. For me, the closest I can get is a natural burial, you know? Hello, welcome back, Haniki. I had to move on to something else for a little bit because I was kind of hitting a loss with the model for a bit. But hi, Haniki. Y'all. This is a second outfit I'm currently working on for my VTuber child, Hanaki. I'm just having trouble figuring out how to get the cloak to work right now, so I was like, alright, I need a break. I really like the harness, though. I think I'm going off with that. I need to just figure out how to best make it work, you know? I need to figure out how to make the transition to the pants vibe. But I really like it. I think it's solid. I think like it'll be really cool to be able to have a toggle with the coat where suddenly you can see the harness very, very vividly. Teehee. It'll be good. Is Holiday from Green Day also in the playlist? Probably. This is just my like songs playlist. Nah, I needed to make him a little bit slutty, you know? I needed to make him a little slutty as a treat. It was necessary. I needed to make sure he got to be a little bit slutty as a treat. And call a murder person for hire. I might move the harness up, maybe? It's my son, yeah. Moving the harness up might fix some of my problems. Um, but I thought the harness would be a very fun, like, bit of fancy detailing without having. I also thought it would save me from drawing quite as many ruffles, but you know. I feel like it's a fun detail. Teehee. By the way, if there are any when I'm rigging this outfit, if there's any changes you want made to your current rigging, let me know. Because I was experimenting with the model earlier, and I was realizing that the physics are a bit too active during like big movements. So I was thinking about toning that down, but like I don't quite know your tracking situations. So if there's any bugs you've noticed or any like thing that you want either more motion or less motion in, keep the bounciness noted. All right, appreciated. If you do have any feedback on anything with the model that's like not moving in the ways you want it to, just let me know. Because I know, one sec, I'm going to pull it out on my end. Let me pull it out on my end real quick. I noticed with the model, most of the time when I was testing it, I wasn't testing it with a lot of like big motions. I was testing it with a relatively flat affect and only like a little bit of movement. And I noticed when I go full, because when I face act, I move a lot. This is how I move when I face act. And I noticed that the model was too active when I do my face acting, but I face act more than most people probably do. And I designed the model to be bouncy and have a lot of motion when utilized by someone who like doesn't do all of that. And I kind of didn't realize that I was doing that until afterwards. Hence the question. The fact that like when I face act, I move a lot more than most people do because my model requires it. But ultimately, like, I am really proud of how well this model emotes and expresses, even on like webcam tracking with relatively minor face acting. I think I did a pretty good job, honestly. Tee. Can I get bitten by A's VTubing son? I did go all out with the mouth on this one, I will say. I am really proud of the work I did with the mouth here. I wanted it to be a very, like, wide smile and very expressive with the mouth. I think I did a really good job with the mouth movements. Sorry, I do this every now and then where I get really impressed with my own rigging. And I'm like, damn, I'm talented. How many models do you have? This is one I did for a client. Haneki paid me for this, and I'm still getting the second outfit that I owe done because I work slow. Hopefully someday, if I ever... Honestly, someday I might quit my job and just start doing models, like, full-time if I ever can. Ah! Thank you for the hydrate, old man. There are also a lot of notes I took while making this model that I want to eventually implement on my own. But, like, the face movements on this are something I'm so proud of. I put so much into these face and head movements. And I think I did great. Anyway, that's enough of that. Apologies, I gotta show off here and there. Now that you're showing off, your gay thoughts are intruding. What do you mean? I'm gay. How many do you use for your own though? I can think of 3 at least. I've got this model. I have Icon if Icon counts. One sec, let me pull up all my models. So I got Icon. I have. Do I have my Scuff? I do have my 1.0 that I can pull out. This is my 1.0 model. This one's old. Haven't used this in a long time. Let's see. Do I have any of my scuffed models in here? I do not seem to have any of my scuffed around. Do I have any other live 2D models in here? This one's old. I don't use this model anymore. I haven't used this model in a long time. I used to use this a lot for my shorts. Do I have any others? I've made a lot of models over the years. It's just how it goes. I have this. I have this. I have more. I think I have 3 more models. But I mean, most of them I made myself, you know. All of the models on screen right now are ones that I made myself for myself. You know. Thank you for the Curse of Scuff that I don't know if it went off because things might be broken. Give me a second. I think the AE icon side by side is interesting. I mean, yeah, and a lot of work went into this shit. I can see why it's interesting. So many goobers don't even have cheese slices. First of all, fuck you. Can someone tell me if the Scuff Redeem is currently active? I can check myself. Got it. Okay, so I need to manually scuff. One sec. Yeah, I broke shit. Apologies. There we go. That should be fixed now. A lot of shit goes into all this. To start dealing with unfamiliar. Yes, the VIP redeem did go up in price. You already have VIP, Neko. You don't need it. Tried to do funny, but it didn't work. Yeah, sorry. I think you did it during the loading phase. That happens. I was gonna purchase it a second time. Why? What for? Is that femboy goth with the jacket? What do you mean? No, what do you mean? I'm confused. Huh? Back in my day, AE was a PNG. True! I used to be a PNG tuber, chat. I used to be a PNG tuber. Fun facts. Femboy jock model? You mean Icon? This is Icon. He's the cat boy who occasionally takes over my channel. It's a long story. It's a long story. Alright, what I need to still do here is heart. Alright, one sec. There we go. So okay, for those who are unaware, the joke with Icon started with "What if Jock?" You know, that's where the joke started. Oh yeah, feel free to send the message on the gender census apology. I did not see it, but yeah. Icon is the catboy who occasionally takes over my channel. He's not me. He's his own character, or individual, or person, or however you want to see it or phrase it. He shows up every now and then, but it's been a while since he's made an appearance. He is the worst, and we hate him. He's a problem. Basically, yearly census for anyone gender nonconforming to gather information on the language used and stuff described. Interesting. Okay. Fascinating. What other song is your favorite from Epic the Musical? Oh, my favorite Epic the Musical song is actually still actually, give me a second. I'm gonna show you something really old. This is gonna be like pre-TAE voice, okay? What I'm about to show y'all. And I might let it play while I use the restroom real quick if y'all don't mind, because I just realized I need to use the restroom. But this is my favorite Epic the Musical song. I need to use the restroom, but I'll be right back, okay? Where's my BRB? I'm not super proud of this part, but I do have a background in classical singing. I'm hearing a lot of flaws in this right now, but to be fair, it's old. There you go. That's my favorite Epic of the Musical song. It's very good. I have in my Spotify playlist different beats, God games, hold them down, keep your friends close, and warrior of the mind. See, I love Epic the Musical. I was hyper fixated on it for a few months. I was obsessed with it. I did a lot of covers, and I'm a classically trained singer, so like I have a lot of background and experience with this shit. Thank you, Baphomet, for the Prime sub. What the fuck? How dare you? Hey, this is not my best chat. Chat, it's enough to make a grown man cry. I need to pick back up my classical singing practice and whatnot. I'm very out of practice. Adios, adios. Thank you for the hydrate. All right, sippy. This year's census started up again a couple days ago and only goes on for another week or two. Oh shit, do you want to share the link? I'm curious. Honestly, I might be tempted enough to look at that like on stream. I can probably find it actually, one sec. Gender census, okay. I'm curious. Found it. I'm very curious about this. Let me peek more into this. Gender Census Survey 2026 is now out until August, the 13th of August. The Gender Census is an annual survey that collects information about the language used by people whose genders are not adequately described, expressed, or encompassed by their restrictive gender binary. Okay. What organization runs this, though? I just want to know who's getting my data if I do this. Are y'all just like regular? What's your data protection policy? Does the survey collect any information? Yes. Automatically collect participants' IP address for every response, including partial responses, to help identify malicious activity. Okay. I remove the IP addresses from survey responses before publishing them. Got it. So this is a small thing. Got it. For their age, split into 5-year groups. Who has access to the data? Or it's just 3 people, or rather, 2 people in the software. Okay. All right. Very, very small thing then. Interesting. Stored and Tally services. I don't know anything about Tally, but all right. Possible to say for sure, since what's been published, I only know how people are using it if they decide to tell me. Which, I mean, that's fine. That's not identifying data. All right. Interesting. Yeah, it seems like a small enough project that I don't mind throwing my shit in there. I'm curious. Gender census. Who can participate? Anyone who isn't adequately described by the gender binary. Cool. Yeah. All right. I'm fine with all of this. I'm not going to read all of this, but I understand well enough. Cool. The list of identity words contained are sometimes used negatively or offensively against LGBT people. I don't care. Cool. Which of the words best describes how you think of yourself? Interesting. Okay. So I'm transmasc. I am non-binary. I am gender non-conforming. Those are things that I use. Queer in terms of gender as well. Yes. I use the term trans. Text boxes below for anything not covered in the text boxes. Okay, interesting. Do I use any of these other terms for myself? Not really. These are the only terms on here. Well, I mean, occasionally, but I don't really heavily identify with it. I mostly just use it in casual conversation with friends. Okay. If there are words or phrases you use when speaking English to describe how you think of yourself that were not listed enough, please list them here. Okay. I am transmasc, non-binary, queer. Those are the main words I use for myself in terms of gender. The other one is punk. I genuinely understand and have written a lot of things discussing my gender as punk. I cannot separate out my punkness from my gender, and I would argue that it is just as fundamental to my sense of gender as my as being transmasc. Like, yes, I am transmasc, yes, I am non-binary, but no word or label can define me in the ways that punk does. I will also put transgressive here. There we go. That word is still okay. It is reclaimed by a lot of the LGBT community, so many queer people will use it to define themselves. And that's okay. Like, it's a slur, but you can reclaim it as a self-label or, like, in use in your social groups. I know in a lot of my social groups it is just casually used as a, like, self-descriptor or term of endearment. Supposing all titles were accepted by everyone without question, you were easy to learn and use when someone writes "Dear your name" at the top of a addressed email or letter. What title would you want someone to use? I really just don't like any. I don't like any of them. Titles without name. Examples. Okay. Supposing all titles were accepted by everyone without question, were easy to learn. When a stranger addresses you in English, they don't know your name. What titles would you want someone to use, if any? Okay, cool. If you don't typically live in an English-speaking country, it's okay to enter a non-English title. Purpose of this question: imagine the person addressing you knows your title just by looking at you, even if the title is not well known. All right. I would not want friend aside of people who are actually friends. Comrade is fine. I'm okay with sir. There we go. That's really... Is there anything else? Yeah. Pronouns. Give you a set of standardized answers. If your pronouns are not listed, you have an opportunity to enter yours. Pronouns. I use he, him. I use they, them. That's really all I use. Familial relationship titles. Okay, parent, sibling. I guess in that term, yeah, masculine. Kin is also good. Relative is also fine. Not really. Don't particularly care about this. Family relationship title part 2. Romantic relationship which you are neither married nor engaged to be married, but words would you like the person with whom you're in the relationship to use when talking about you. Got it. I do not do romantic relationships, but if I were to pick, it would just be partner. Cool. Where am I? I am in the United States. What is your age? I am 24. How did you find the survey today? Twitch. Twitch is not an option. That's really funny. Twitch chat. I am a streamer. I am a how do I say? Do I go? I am a notable like trans content creator or something. I am a moderately successful queer content creator. Yay! Go full self-indulgent. Yeah, I've never taken part of this before. I'm a moderately successful trans content creator. A chatter told me about this. I thought it'd be silly. I thought it'd be interesting to talk about on stream. Thank you. Yay! I am a loud punk on the internet, this is true. Notable queer streamer, breaking boundaries in the broadcasting world. True that. Like, I'm a moderately successful trans content creator. Anyone else who found out about this and is currently filling this out should totally be like, yeah, I found out in a Twitch chat. That'll be really funny when they're going through the data and they're like, yeah, all of a sudden, on this one night, at this weird hour, there was a bunch of, like, random people around the world who said they found this through Twitch? Be really funny. Cool. Feedback box. I don't really have any feedback. Cool. You're welcome. That was fun. That was silly. Interesting. It would be very funny if they went through this and they were like, why are there suddenly like 20 responses out of nowhere? A trans leftist furry, what a combo. Didn't see that one. Hello, welcome on in, Holy. Yeah, I know, right? Trans leftist furry? Who would have thunk? Did they expect Australian because they just got one? Hey, congratulations on them. I think it's a cute project, honestly. Like, I think it's a really interesting question to ask a lot of gender nonconforming people what language they prefer to use for themselves. Because it's very individual when so much of the language we get pushed onto us on a day-to-day basis is very heavily gendered. I know for me, like in most cases, I'm okay with most masculine terminology, but there's exceptions and there's a lot of niche terminology I like. And I really enjoy specifically describing my gender as punk. I'm actually going to be... So I have made a video on my HRT anniversary for 2 years now. I made a video on the day I started HRT, and I put out a video for my 1 year. And then the video I'm going to put out next year for my 2 year is going to much more heavily dig into the notion of gender as punk. That was kind of the closing footnote for my last video. But like, I'm really, really fond of gender as punk, and I want to spread that notion. I found a lot of people are very empowered by this idea of gender as punk. And I hope more people come to like it. Not for all trans people, it's a very educational survey when the results are viewable, yeah. Like, sure, a lot of trans people are binary. But there's a lot of us who also aren't. And that's okay. Personally, I'm so super excited to earn doctor in a couple of years because that's my ideal gender neutral title. Hey, best of luck to you. You got this. I had that dream at one point in my life. Love this song. I love this band. I'm excited for you to get to see them, Rowan. This is Confession, kids. I'm very excited for you to get to see them. It's interesting how often words we use are inconsistent. School teacher, so I use mixed as the title. But kids who don't know my name or other kids call me sir, which is fine too. Yeah, valid. Ultimately, I think I'm also someone who is okay using different terminology in different contexts. I don't talk about this a whole lot on a stream, but like, with the general public, I only use he, him, and they, them, but with people who are very close to me or in very specific contexts, I'm okay using other terminology every now and then. And typically the people who are close enough to me to have that privilege know when it is appropriate to be using other terminology. Gender is funky, and that's okay. And I embrace that funkiness. I have had a chance to check out the new Straight Light Manifesto drop. I haven't listened to it all the way through yet. We have not checked it out tonight. But I have been listening to it, yeah. It's pretty good. How are you, Rowan Yeen, though? It's lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Side of the road. Okay, I don't need these layers anymore because I abandoned that plan. Chat, I love being so unproductive during art streams. I never get anything done during these. It's great. Alright. Just remembered, have you listened to the Rat Utopia Experiment, specifically their song Lobotomize Me? I have, actually. Funny story. I had a friend over the other day who put that song up on the TV and just played it for us with no context. It was very good. You just sit down and listen to it on my headphones because it's not mixed well for car stereo, and I'm sad. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't notice that it was bad over car stereo because that's where I listened to it. No, I've been liking it. I feel like it's not as good as some of their previous stuff, but it's still good. It's still Streetlight Manifesto. I love them. They're great. Wave BD tomorrow, and we hosted. Hell yeah! Proud of y'all. I'm so happy for y'all. Wish happy birthday on my behalf. Bark, bye, bite. 2 Rowans in chat, AO. It's been a hot minute. I hope y'all have been well. I haven't seen you around much, but I really hope life is treating y'all good. All my love. Need to catch them live again. Yeah, they're gonna be touring later this year. I'm very excited. Things have been so busy and I've been struggling a lot to keep up with folks, but I really hope life's been treating you pleasantly. I'm doing okay. Life is full of ups and downs as it always is, but I think that most of those are leading me towards better directions. Life is certainly never easy, but I think I'm happy with the directions things are moving in, you know? Hello again, no eyes for you, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Felt that good shit though. Hey, we're doing our best out here. I mean, I'm just continuing to try and create with everything I've got. Make as much loud, transgressive art as I possibly can. I've been making a lot more video essays recently, which have been performing really well. People have been really enjoying what I have to say, and I would say overall, like I'm winning in my own little ways. I'm winning. Is it weird that I care little for how people see my gender? No, no, not necessarily. I'm gonna be honest, I don't give a shit how cishet people see me. I used to care. I no longer do. I no longer really give a shit about like how cis people understand or perceive me, and I kind of honestly thrive in confusing and confounding them. With other trans people, there's definitely ways I'd prefer to be read and perceived, but you know. I had to work till September, so finally have the headspace to catch up with things. Hell yeah! I mean, I'm sorry you're out of work, but or is it because you're a teacher? Is that why? Sorry, my brain. I hope you're able to take some time to catch out. Work to it. Oh, contract work. Okay, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Nah, I hope you get the chance to rest then. As long as you have what you need to take care of yourself. Take some time to rest. My DMs are always open if you want to catch up. I appreciate the hell out of you. I think I'm pretty okay with that for the hands. I just want to adjust the little heart here. I'm just not happy with this specifically. Okay, okay, I fuck with that. There we go. Really want salad, but I cannot deal with the parasites right now. Cooked things. Bye bye. People at my last job almost don't recognize me. Proud of you. It's fascinating watching the cis people I deal with daily, trying to understand why I'm looking so different. That is genuinely really funny. You take care, B Beanbag. All the best. Hope to catch you again sometime in the near future. Always appreciate ya. Rah rah. I'm just saying words tonight. I'm just here saying, I'm barely drawn. I'm saying words. I'm living though. I'm excited to get to work on my next video. Love that Jersey is the new Oklahoma with all the tornadoes now. Oh, I'm glad that we don't have to deal with tornadoes too much here. I mean, we gotta worry about all the hurricanes and whatnot, but you know, at the very least, we don't have tornadoes or earthquakes. Those are wins, you know? Those are wins. We take our wins where we can, right? I don't want to set a tripod up and give my life headache. Just something you would like. You content. I don't want to set a tripod up to see my life. In my basement apartment, I can hear it happening in the house above me shaking. Good luck. I hope everything's okay. I hope that you don't die. Funnily enough, we got one minor earthquake every 20 years. Last time was freaky. Yeah, that's terrifying. That's horrifying. Okay, years ago. Never mind. Apologies. I'm bad at reading. Regardless, that's terrifying. Regardless, that is still horrifying. Still terrifying, you know? All right. I need to continue the grind. Chat, I need a tooth. I love the Snaggletooth so much. Y'all don't understand. I'm sure y'all understand, actually. I'm sure many of you also like it. But Snaggletooth is just such peak character design. Little Snaggletooth is peak character design. I need to stop saying that y'all don't understand things that I'm pretty sure are part of why you watch me. Or things that are relatively obvious. Of course I like Snaggletooth. It's the tooth. Got them little baby faults and our little baby mountains. Sorry, baby mountains is very funny. Baby mountains is very funny. Decided added that to the meme I'm working on. Oh. I like the Snaggletooth. We need to rebrand it for Jersey Shore. Hey, y'all got this. You got this. You can do it. You can rebrand. Just a lie. Seems I'm a terrible guy. 95 to life, please. You look like a fool. Okay. Chat, I love this song. Very, very good shit. Alright, this is just temporary so I can see what I'm doing, you know? To find. Okay, wait, that works. Oh, chat, I kinda fuck with that. Wait, I kinda fuck with that. Only felt noticeable an earthquake. That's when I was stationed in California a few years ago. I've never been through an earthquake before. I don't think we have them here. I'm pretty sure, like, Florida gets all kinds of crap and bullshit. I'm pretty sure we are in fact immune to earthquakes at the very least. If nothing else, we have that going for us. If nothing else, we are a safe zone from fucking from that. If we had to deal with like earthquakes here on top of everything else, I think I would perish. When they talk to his wife, whole life, that I was the one to blame. He didn't have all that much to say. Alright. One of the few positives of Florida, we don't get earthquakes. I mean, I love Florida. I think Florida is a beautiful place that is worth defending and protecting, but, you know. Don't make taking the first one right. How truly sorry I am, the things got so out of hand. Okay, okay. One sec. Sorry, I'm locked in for this little bit here, and I think I got something I like. These are the little cuffs of the shorts that I think are very cute. Is Florida flooding often? It depends on how close you are to sea level. It does rain here a lot, and during like rainy times, we will sometimes get bits of flooding. But it's not like the whole state floods. That's just kind of a thing that happens. Nothing like that. Don't know how I'd feel. But don't think I'd ever be able to trust my feet anywhere ever again. Understandable. Yeah, like I think an earthquake is something that would get me so paranoid. Also, hello, Bacon Lord. Apologies, I was locked in for a second there. Didn't see you there. I think sinkhole is equally as bad as a small earthquake. So we do get sinkholes here because the ground is mostly limestone and it's very porous, and it can be easily broken down by harsh chemicals and whatnot. Calcium carbonate is just kind of like that. So we do have to worry about those. We do, in fact, have to worry about those. Citrus rock. Yeah. It's so citrusy. It's so citrusy or something. I don't fucking know. Love the state I was born here. It's my home, but we got a lot of room for improvement. Oh, absolutely. Like, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of pushing we need to be doing politically here in Florida, but I love this place, and very often people treat it like it's some unsalvageable shithole, and I cannot agree less. There is so much worth defending and protecting here, and there's a lot of incredible community and leftist action happening, especially in the parts of the state that I'm in. There's a beautiful punk scene in Central Florida that I want to see thrive. I care about this place. I really, really do. Excuse me getting my shovel to plane ticket to make the best margarita ever. You got this! God, I want alcohol. Chat, big alcohol enjoyer. Big alcohol enjoyer. I need to get drunk sometime soon. Maybe right before the off-guy trip. Yeah, you can say a bad political news in here. I talk about politics all the time. That's literally part of my brand. Discovered cream de banana is actually very good. Interesting. I don't think I've ever had it. I'm not familiar. Dirt is tasty, at least dirt is tasty. Chat, don't eat dirt. Chat, you should not be taking health advice from a VTuber, however, don't eat dirt. Just in case. Just in case I need to say that. Chat, don't eat dirt. I hope I don't have to tell you that. Try to care about my area the same, but it's so hard when I hear about actual hate crimes being committed, literally one county over. And I know it's hard, don't get me wrong. I don't know, I try to maintain love and hope. I'm a very, very love-driven person. So much of my activism and political action is driven by love for humanity and all of that bullshit. And I know that's a hard thing for folks to feel at times. I don't blame folks for struggling to share that sentiment. But I am an anarchist in large part because I love people and because I believe in the potential for people to change, and because I believe that this life in this world and that people and humans at large are worth fighting for, because I believe that we can be and that we deserve better. So as much as I see hard things happening, as much as I see people struggling, and every time the fucking cops kill an innocent person in my town, and it drives me to be a better person. Hello, Ashford Starry! Bye. Your voice is small, is it just me? Oh, sorry. I, unfortunately, given where I am, or how my current setup is, every now and then I have to lean away from the microphone to draw. Second stream today, I've been told not to eat rocks. Don't eat rocks. I know they look tasty, but don't eat them. I know they look tasty, chat. Don't do it. Get why you want to preserve and salvage your home in the community, as is your reason for living in the place. However, I understand the other side is as a practicality measure. I'm gonna be working on a video relatively soon, titled "You Can't Outrun Fascism," which talks about why you need to fight back against fascism on its home front, and why running, sure, might save you a couple years, but ultimately abandons thousands of people and only leads to further regression. Uh, I know it seems a lot easier to run away, but it is an effort that only hurts people, and does nothing to fight things in the grand scheme of things, you know? I understand why people want to leave and why people want to flee, but like, if every leftist who can flees red states or flees the country, there's no one left to fight, and things will only get worse for the folks who can't, and it will only continue to regress and spread. You know, I believe our only option is to fight. Hello, JM. Bye. We are arting. I was yapping a lot about Case's music earlier. How are you doing? It's a free market. The government can't tell me not to lick my salt lamp. I already read that. It's irritating to see people talk about cutting off my home state without realizing that, like, there's so many awesome communities and people here as well. Yeah, no, as a leftist and a trans person in Florida, I can tell you that there is so much trans and leftist community who is doing incredible radical action here, and that the fight for liberation is one that cannot be fought without Florida. Give me a second. I'm actually going to pull up something. Really good series of essays. Thank you for the fucking bits. What the hell? I appreciate it. I will read through it in just a second. I will read through that in a second, but I want to bring attention to this really interesting series of essays that I'm still reading through, but so far I've enjoyed. This is We Can't Fight Fascism Without Florida. It is part of a greater series of video essays called Insights from Florida. And it is a whole series of essays talking about the history of anti-fascist fight in Florida and why ways in which people in Florida are leading a fight against fascism, and why historically Florida has been a fundamental piece in any anti-fascist effort. There is so much radical leftist history in this state. And these are all essays from either politicians here or from activists and organizers in the area. It's good shit. Did not mind leaving permanently, just clear the ones who want a better world. Oh, okay. Never mind, we were talking about different things. My bad, Darkwood. we were on different parts of the conversation. Old Grandpa and BBC and other British billionaires are threatening to shut down Amnesty International, whole global operation, as far as I understand. I don't know a whole lot about that, but fuck J.K. Rowling for so many reasons. No, you're good, Darkwood Rider. I misinterpreted your statement as being about something else that it wasn't. We're totally good. Miscommunication happens, and sometimes I forget the last thing I said. It is very easy just due to, like, the gap in time between, like, when you send a message and when I read it for, like, things to end up off track. It's how it happens. You're totally good. In some ways I still get that way, but it gets better, it gets better, it gets better. Sometimes you. Hello, Sanic, bye. Meantime, when shit goes off the rails, I'm geared for literally the end of the world. You know, fuck J.K. Rowling for 10 million reasons. I have 10 million reasons to hate J.K. Rowling. Fuck J.K. Rowling. Chat, I have no respect for J.K. Rowling. Haven't for a long fucking time. Like, it sucks having grown up on those books and those stories. But fuck her. It sucks, chat. They say don't meet your heroes. Half joke, half joke. You got a first class ticket on my Death Zamboni if you ever need it. I appreciate it. Bark for bite bite. They say don't meet your heroes, chat. Half joke. You know, there's a song about that. One sec. Sorry, everything is a music reference to me. There's a song about that. Add to queue. Yay. Alright. I appreciate you, Grace, a lot. Thank you. Our friend Chuck went over to our house. Said she needed somebody to take care of the pets, 'cause he was going out of town. I asked him where, he said New Mexico. I asked if I could get a ride. He said, no, you don't want to follow me where it is that I'm going. He backed out of the driveway. That was the last time we saw him, 'cause he's drove straight to his parents' cabin, bullet in his head. Alright. And hold on, and hold on. Hold on for your life. Chat, if I could admit to, like, a very, selfish desire that's been growing in me recently. I've been kind of wanting to make some, like, fan servicey art lately of myself. Like, I haven't had a whole lot of ideas, but I kind of have been wanting to do, like, some fan servicey, low-effort drawings and whatnot lately. There was the major queer acts of protest centered in Florida was boycotting the Florida Citrus Commission because Anita Bryant was their brand ambassador. You know, listen. Sometimes a guy just needs to make some kind of saucy art of himself. You know, you understand. But I kinda wish it sank, 'cause when you break what can't be broken, there are people who get hurt, and those people really need support right now. My internet was off. Where are we now? Oh, we're just yapping about music. I'd love some spicy AE merch. See, I'm not gonna do anything, like, properly NSFW, but I might do, like, some kind of, I might do, you know, some, how do I say, fan servicey art at some point. Anyone knows what the name of the last song was? That was Your Heart is a Muscle the Size of Your Fist by the Ramshackle Glory. Less clothes means less ruffles to draw. You're so right. Listen. One of my, like, little guilty pleasure types of poses in art is something that I've been wanting to do for a while. Okay? I've been wanting for a while to do a piece. One sec, I need to get this right. One sec, I'm gonna try and get this right during the ad break. Of your fear like some sort of lost kitten. treated your friends. One sec, how does this work? Okay. One sec. I'm trying to like figure out how the anatomy in this works. But like one image that's been in my head for a while, just for like a little fan servicey kind of art. Do you understand the vision? Like, okay, listen. I'm trying so hard to get this across, but I've never drawn this kind of pose before. Maybe I need to tuck this in a little more. No. Like, okay. Hi, that was I think Dessert is on You by Harley Poe. Hi Reki as well, but for my bite mods, can we get a shout out for Reki? But I don't know if like y'all are getting the image, but when I say like I want to do some kind of fan servicey art of myself at some point, this is an example of the kind of thing that I'm pointing towards and talking to. Uh, like some simple, like tasteful kind of shit. Um, hello Hanaki, for my bite. I will send it to you in just a minute. I'll send it to you in just a minute. Uh, but like I am very fond, a little bit of like a guilty pleasure for me when it comes to art is art of like a character tying their own hair back. I don't know why I'm like this. I don't know why this is a taste of mine, but it is in fact a taste of mine. You know? Uh like you understand. I want to at some point do like some fan servicey art of myself, but like very simple things. Um Just very simple, very like above board kind of shit like this. Um Things that are definitely a little bit like, you know, fan servicey, but not at all explicit kind of deal. I've been really wanting to do art like that for myself lately. And I might at some point. Look, we for 5 minutes. All right, I see how it is. And I know I would be far from the first artist to do this kind of shit. And I know I don't need y'all's like approval to do some like little tasteful fan servicey doodles and post them on socials or whatnot. I can literally just do it whenever I want. But my brain feels like my brain keeps putting it off and getting anxious about it. My brain keeps going like, is there actually a desire or market for it? I guess. Um, like, what about my branding? What about me being a serious leftist? But you know what? No, I'm allowed to like be a serious leftist content creator while occasionally posting art that's a tiny bit fan servicey. It's okay. Just a little bit every now and then as a treat. You know, you understand the vibes. You get it, right? Yeah. You understand. Just as a treat. I don't know, it's a thought that's been in my head. It's a thought that's been in my head. Thank you for the hydrate. Barper bye bye. Serious people are also allowed to be fan servicey when they want. Absolutely, absolutely. Oreo's your show, fan service. I'm allowed to. I know I literally can whenever I want and no one's stopping me, but you know. My brain's like, would there be a market? But ultimately, it would just be me making art because I want to. It would be me making art because I find it fulfilling in some capacity. And that's alright. I'm allowed to do that. Your branding literally includes vor. Okay. Okay. The vor thing is a joke and I didn't start it. I didn't start the vor thing. It happened on accident. It was an accident. Who started that? I don't know. Is vor part of my branding? Like it's just kind of a recurring joke in the community at this point, and I don't know what to do about it. Thank you, chat. Alright, let me grab a screenshot of this real quick. For Hanukkah. I need to send this to Hanukkah real quick. The feeling. Alright. There we go. Certainly part of the space's identity. I didn't choose this. I didn't choose this. It was always burning since the stream's been starting. Listen, it starts with me threatening to bite my chat because biting is part of my branding, and then apparently too many of people take that as flirting, and then I started threatening to eat people, and now here we are. It's not my fault. You can't blame me for that one. It's not my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. I am only so responsible for this, okay? You progress from bite to chew. That's your problem, yeah, unfortunately. I love the it was never intended to be flirting. I can't predict how the internet's gonna take shit. How are you doing, Egg Priority? I have a very limited amount of control over how things happen here, okay? Okay. I want to grab this and, like, pull it up a bit. Never mind, that's doing it. I need to undo this. There we go, okay. Okay. I think that helps. That evens it out a bit. Certainly blame you if you said you were gonna bite people. It's the internet. There's only one way that was gonna go. Fuck you. Fuck you. Half joke, fuck you. Well, full joke, fuck you, but. I tease, I bully. Hello, Jelly Goober. Barker bye bye. Things are going alright. We're trying to get some art done. I'm not very good at art. It's the first time I've done an art stream in a while, so I'm very out of practice with this. But hey, we're chilling. It's lovely to have you, as per always. I think the like second half of the image might just be like too small and kind of compressed, but I don't know really how I fix that. Like, I don't know what I really do about that. Hmm. Okay, one sec. I'm locked in. Please? Maybe? Does that work? Do I like that? I don't mind that. I'm moving this around trying to hit a point where I like it. This new thing. I'm trying to get it to like line up with the drawing in a way where it maintains a lot of like the cohesiveness that I want between the lines. Which is a thing you gotta pay attention to when you're doing art. Just like making sure the lines are intersecting in ways that aren't like distracting from the overall cohesion of the piece. And I think this might be about as close as I'm gonna get to that. I think that, yeah, I think this might be it. Okay, okay. Gonna be up early. No worry, you take care, Rowan. Bye bye. I love to bite people with so much force. I think I fuck with that. I think I fuck with that. Chat, art's hard. In case you didn't know that, in case you needed to learn that here, chat, art is hard. It's like really hard. It's very difficult. So much Rowan. Chat, sometimes you just need a lot of Rowan in your chat or something. I don't know. Sometimes you just need like 3 different Rowans. So it's a second pregnant spider hit the car. I'm sorry, Pyro. Hang in there, I guess. I don't know how to help with your pregnant spider problem. Anything. I love this new thing. Side effects and the detach I want, but not like that. Okay, can I do this? Can I make this happen? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how at this point I get this bit of the leg to look good. Okay. Trans people stop naming yourselves Rowan, please. There's too many of us. Not all of them are trans, even. Some of them are cis. Golden wind and beguile. I wonder what's like the most popular names among trans people, you know? Like I wonder if anyone's run the math on that to try and find like what are the most popular names for trans people specifically. The cis Rowans are all British. Can we prove this? Have you ever met one? I'm gonna choose. I'll never die. What if you found one that wasn't, you know? Till I'm Buddy and Bruce. I think Elliot is a very popular trans mass one. This is true. Alex as well, yeah. But, like, I'm curious. I wonder what are, like, the most popular names that trans people give themselves. I'm sure someone's tried to do a survey, but the issue is, like, trying to get... How do I say? The trans community exists in so many disparate corners of the internet that I feel like it'd be really hard to actually do a, like, actually adequate survey of the trans populace because we exist in extremely like different sectioned off corners of the internet. Like there's the trans spaces of Reddit versus the trans spaces of YouTube and Blue Sky and VTubing and whatever the fuck I've got going on here, which all have their own kind of distinct cultures and processes around like navigating transness. Like I think it's really interesting how we can end up with very niche identities that are specific to the trans circles of specific social media sites, and that's just like a thing. And it makes perfect sense that when a bunch of trans people end up in their own segmented off spaces in the internet, they're gonna invent their own like way of navigating transness because ultimately it's like there is no right or wrong way to be trans. I would argue the only wrong way to be trans is to put down other trans people. uh, and so, like, of course, these spaces are gonna come up with their own philosophies and whatnot to navigate the trans experience. I don't know. There's something to be said there. They swap their name for all genders, Sam, Alex, and Lee. I'll be shocked if I meet another Lycan. I am sure I've met enough Mosses to fully believe that there are more Lycans out there. I've met enough people named Moss to firmly believe that there are more Lycans. When I saw the precinct burn in Minneapolis. You take care, Lycan. Go shower. You got this. Burger my bite. Alright, what am I doing? I'm trying to figure out how I navigate this. Okay, wait, that almost works. That almost works. One sec. Chat, I'm still kind of mad about finding out that like that other notable like trans creator was using AI. And I want to hope that it wasn't like with knowledge, but given everything I've heard at this point, I'm kind of like, damn. I'm still disappointed. Like, I want to hope it's an accident, but there's a certain point where, like, with the amount of effort that goes into YouTube thumbnails, um, I don't know. Chat, I just had an idea. I just had an idea. Holy shit. One sec. Y'all know how I do, like, lino printing for my patches? Y'all know how when I make patches and I sell my patches, they're all lino printed, so I carve them into blocks of linoleum, then I print them on fabric. Y'all, what if I started like making artwork in that style? I think that would go really hard actually. I think just drawings styled after lino prints could go really hard. I in general need to just do more lino printing though. When I get back from the Offkai trip, I want to start working on my next merch collection. Teehee. I will say, y'all don't know my true name. You don't get to know my true name. I've never met another person with my true name in general. And I don't know if I ever will. I never met another person in general with the name. Cis or otherwise. Okay. True name is Guinea Pig? No. Hello, Grabba, welcome back. Burn my bite. I don't like how that looks. Why don't I like it? Why am I not fucking with that? I think I do have a properly uncommon name though. And I quite like it. Hello, Neon Mocha, but for my bite. Where's the our guinea pig meme coming from? It's something that another content creator said once and has stuck for like months now. And there's nothing I can do about it. I've kind of given up on stopping it at this point. I can't stop it. I've given up. But how are you doing, Neon Mocha? But for my bite. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I don't know what to do with the jacket here. I'm kind of coming to a loss, unfortunately. Starting to come to a loss. I'm not very good at art. And I always struggle a lot with the digital, with like figuring out where I actually want lines to go beyond the sketch phase. It's a struggle. All right. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Chat. Art hard. That's my takeaway from this. Art fucking hard. Art difficult. That's my takeaway. Trying to fix my sleep schedule, but the guys called at 9 p.m. It's now 12. I quit. Ugh, I hate that feeling. I mean, to be fair, I've never actually tried to fix my sleeping schedule. It does not last. It's not worth it. I'm too much of a disaster for that. You can't make me. But, you know, I'm sorry that it's not working out for you. I hope someday you're able to free yourself, whatever that may look like for you. What if I... Just a tiny bit bigger here. I don't know if that's gonna help. Does that fuck up? It's gonna fuck up this shit. Because everything's very far off the lines now. Actually, it didn't fuck it up that much. No, but I liked it better beforehand. Never mind. I just gotta figure out how to make this work then. Is a promo for a small business allowed? I don't know you. You're a first-time chatter. I would prefer you don't. I'm sorry. I don't know who you are. We are not friends. Listen, I'm happy to, like, fucking, with my friends, help them out on their shit, but, yeah. Listen, I'm a small business myself on the internet. Like, I would prefer not to promo things in my space without having the ability to overlook them first and, like, approve that they are appropriate for my content and community. I literally work with, like, fucking small businesses in producing my merch, local businesses and shit and whatnot. Like, it's not about it being a small business, it's that I don't know you and I don't have the ability to overlook what you're about to post in my chat beforehand, you know? Like, generally speaking, most people do not allow self-promo in their chats. That's pretty standard. Why are you reporting me? What the fuck? I didn't do anything. All I said was that I would prefer to not fucking promote something in my space without having the ability to look over it first. Nah. Alright. Wild. Straight up, like... How do I say? Listen, if a friend of... Like, if a friend of mine was hurting for money and struggling to pay the bills, I would let them fucking post their goddamn GoFundMe in my chat. If I had a friend starting a small business or a project, I openly allow my friends to promote their shit in my space very regularly. But, like, I'm not gonna let a total stranger who I've never met before and who has not given me any opportunity to, like, check them out beforehand push their shit in my space. Bruh. how do I say? Like, the instances like that are very fucking rare, being a streamer, but every now and then you do just get hit with something like that, and I have to wonder. I mean, okay. Here's the thing. My brain does not go to that was a random chatter who was being genuine. My brain goes to this is some kind of scam or attack on my channel. And that's why I react the way I do. Um, I try to intentionally approach these kinds of situations as if everything's fine and nothing's wrong while I am, in the background doing more digging and trying to be aware of whatever is happening. But when I see stuff like that, yeah, no, my immediate thought is like, okay, there is some kind of scam or inappropriate action that is likely going to come here. Like, I don't think that was a genuine question from a genuine user. In my brain, much more likely that there was something wrong. But when something like that is happening, when there is a scammer or a harasser or some kind of asshole in my space, I tend to do my best to respond in a way that does not bring any kind of like panic or negative attention, because a lot of the time scammers and harassers will feel as though they're winning if they sense anxiety or panic off of you. You know? That's just a way that I at least have come to approach a lot of my shit. On the off chance it was legit went out the window with a reaction like that, yeah. You take care, Rowan, before bye-bye. Like, don't get me wrong, there are rare folks who do believe they are entitled to that for some reason or in some way, but, like, those are not the majority of people you're gonna find in Twitch chat. Sure, plenty of scammers and whatnot enter these spaces, but it's usually pretty easy to tell them. But yeah. Arrah. Arrah, rah, rah. It's honestly very interesting, I think, that I don't get hit with more, like, assholes, transphobes, and, other shit. Like, I am surprised these days that my channel does not get more attack and harassment. It seems like a couple times a week, maybe once a stream, we'll have, like, an asshole poke their head in, and we ban them pretty quick. Like, it's been a while since I've had a more serious attack on my channel. It's just bot scams and shit like that. It's very interesting to me how little I tend to get targeted with that stuff these days, which I suppose is winning in its own way. But bark, bark, bite, bite. I will ask mods to just be on high alert, particularly in the Discord for a bit. I doubt if that person is gonna try and like throw some kind of report on my account, I doubt they're gonna get anywhere. Handled that pretty maturely. I don't know. Probably because you're not posting on Twitter anymore. I don't think that's why. I doubt that that's why. I don't remember if I was still posting on Twitter back when the doxing attempt happened. I don't know. I never managed to successfully trace where exactly my info was being spread and shit. Hello, Gengar, bye-bye. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I'm poking right now. Wait, when did I stop, like, using Twitter? Because I really don't use it anymore, aside of, like, stream announcements or, like, dropping schedules. I guess I was still occasionally posting stuff back then, but very occasionally. It was mostly just important announcements. Yeah, okay, fair point. I was back then. I forgot that I used to actually use Twitter, not gonna lie. Fuck Twitter. Mentally or physically, in any way that may be relevant. I send my love and my best. It's not that I'm afraid of dying, just preoccupied with all of this surviving, dodging the violence of everyday life. if you can. Half my friends weren't given the chance. I die young, say it was the government, even though it wasn't them. Give the kids something to believe in. The words from a song. Okay. Gone over my head at the spot past rivers. Alright, there we go. Mentally no, physically no, so in total bad. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. From what I see, a majority of internet harassment is sequestered to Twitter Spaces. Not necessarily to say that harassment isn't a problem on other platforms, but Twitter is nothing but a hate campaign machine. So, like, when I refer to stuff, it's primarily that, like, I got doxxed and harassed very severely last year. It started literally January 1st of last year. I had a bunch of accounts spamming, posting my address and my former address and legal name. Some posted pictures of me. Various other pieces of identifying information. Got a lot of threatening phone calls, etc., etc. And this carried on for weeks. Eventually, they lost interest, popped back up a few months later, and when they, finally kind of realized they weren't getting anywhere after about 5 months of this on and off, they impersonated me online and sticked the FBI on me. No, this was on Twitch. This was on stream. This was happening in my chat. What they ended up doing was impersonating me, sending threats directly to Twitch in my name. And I ended up getting investigated by the fucking FBI. Which I don't know how those people found me. Maybe it was because I was still on Twitter at the time, but, like, I don't think it's that hard to look for growing trans streamer, even just on Twitch, if you're looking to specifically harass people on Twitch. I don't know. Fucking scary shit to go through, by the way. Brain defaults to reading ATP as adenosine triphosphate so hard that I forgot what it actually stands for. Holy shit, you just rewired some bullshit in my brain. Oh, my brain just buffered hard reading that. The cell bio is coming back. The cell bio is coming back to me, like, as we fucking speak. This used to be the alarm on my phone, actually. It's long past sunset, the weather's less than mild. Gotta walk, but most of where I go is less than a mile away, and I miss the quiet. I miss the dark. Before this fell apart, in the shadows of the flicker fading, there's no one celebrating, there's no more solstices. I wonder why that is when all of us don't like how the world turns out our lives on detailed charts. And some of you don't the world to burn. The rest of us wish we could see the stars through all the fake light. Stars. I keep reading the words of this, my bad. The stars are out tonight. The stars are out tonight. Consuming leftover orange chicken that has since turned a sort of gelatinous mist in the fridge, microwaving it has not de-gelatinized it. I wouldn't trust that. That sounds like it's evil. That sounds like it would kill me. It's kind of weird now that I'm thinking about it, chat, that, like, last time I dealt with the doxing and harassment, I don't I think only one member of my mod team from back then is still on my mod team. I've had a lot of changes in my moderation in the last year. Actually, I think two of my moderators were Wait, when did Jordan get modded? Huh. I don't remember if Jordan was a mod when that happened. At the very least, like, most of my mods were not mods back when that shit happened. Throughout tonight. Um, Unfortunately, I've had some very big changes in my mod team over the last, like, year and a half, which honestly feels bad, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Nature of existing in online content space. Sometimes people leave the community, have to go inactive. Sometimes fucking people have fights. Sometimes you trust the wrong folks. No, I would not trust the gelatinous fucking orange chicken. I'm not gonna lie, I would not trust that shit. But I'm also very paranoid with food. I am convinced that like everything I eat's gonna kill me. Everybody try. Everybody is ready to try. The didn't stick. Yeah, I would not trust old orange chicken. I would not. Not not big on that. Eat just about anything but chicken jello is a hard pass for me. See, no, I'm very deeply paranoid. I have so many dietary restrictions for medical reasons. I don't know how I'm alive with how many things I'm not supposed to eat. I make do. I don't know how. Thank you for the follow, bark bark bite bite. I but I do not trust the gelatinous chicken. You into those TikToks where they go into the grocery store and talk about the scary sounding ingredients in the back of the bag? No, not at all. I like, how do I say this? I'm not one of those folks who's like conspiracy theorying over like just normal ass chemicals they're putting in food. I want to be very clear about that. I'm not that kind of person. It's that my stomach is paralyzed. I have a condition called gastroparesis, which is partial paralysis of the stomach. My stomach is paralyzed. So I have a lot of dietary restrictions. And in the process of getting that, issue diagnosed, I for many months was like rapidly losing weight and throwing up after half my meals. So I developed a pretty bad relationship with food, just because like the paranoia of never knowing whether or not something was going to make me throw up. Yeah. I'm not one of those folks who's like, "Oh, they're putting scary chemicals into your food to kill you." I'm just the kind of person who, like, due to having a very serious medical condition that has like threatened my life in the past, has a lot of paranoia around food safety, because I get sick very easily. My brain isn't paranoid about being incapacitated with something I ate right before something important, then it goes on for too long. They have chemicals in my food, but it's only the ones that make me gay, and I eat that fuck up. Real. Chad, I love the chemicals that make me gay. I'm so glad they're putting chemicals in my food to make me gayer. I got a world record this shit somehow. But no, I trust science. Like, okay. I will say, I take a lot of issues with food science in general, just because a lot of it's capitalism. A lot of food science is companies trying to find any reason to market their products as healthy, and so they will, like, cherry pick a ton of data to say XYZ thing is good for you or bad for you, when ultimately a lot of food is good or bad for different reasons, and you need to maintain a balanced diet to get the benefits of everything, and also, like, yeah, there's a lot of foods that do have negative health effects if you eat mass amounts of them that you probably are not eating, you know? I. In any case, I. Yeah, no, I'm just weird. My favorite is the non-GMO salt. Makes me laugh. No, like I have my issues with food scientists, but it's mostly just the fact that like they very much cherry pick data. Position to put the turn the freaking frogs. Okay, all right, I'll put it in the queue. It's in the queue now. You're welcome. But yeah, no, like, fuck those studies that are like, chat. They put this preservative in your food that's gonna give you cancer. Yeah, it'll give you cancer if you eat like 100 grams of it a day, you know, for weeks. And chances are, you're having under a gram of it a day. You know, yeah, the radiation in your bananas will kill you if you eat enough of them for your stomach to explode. Damn, chat, did you know that oxygen is slowly killing you? Like, not even a joke. You know what causes aging? Oxygen. Try not fucking breathing. I don't know. If it's a preservative, that means it preserves my insides, so it's good for me. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. If you eat 100 grams of it a day, you have another issue going on, yeah. And, like, there are chemicals that can fucking build up, but, like, you have to be eating them constantly. And your body's pretty good with this shit, you know? Really gotta raise awareness about dihydrogen monoxide. What about, dioxygen? You know? Is that how chemicals work? I don't fucking know, chat. The single rat study says that everything I like will cause me cancer if I consume otherwise unhealthy amounts of them. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong. If you're eating too much of certain things, it will cause problems. But like, it's a lot of bullshit. No, I just have schizophrenia and a medical condition. Believe it or not, chat, you can have schizophrenia and be a pretty rational person in most situations. It's pretty cool, actually. Please? We will fall together. Not even that, usually it's the amount that's literally physically impossible to die from, yeah. Also true. Even in the rare cases where that's not the case, like, you're not... Yeah. You literally just cannot eat that amount. They use this stuff to remove rust, and to put it in your food. Okay, good, I want to remove rust inside me, real. Like when the British hit a new radar made up carrots that gave pilots better visual capabilities. Things that are more real. A study found that Nestle increases the amount of sugar in a lot of their products in the global south. Most of those used to feed toddlers, and sugar has a good chance of creating depression depending on its amount in early life. So this is a really interesting one because sugar is actually a nervous system depressant. That's why, like, if you are feeling upset, you probably shouldn't carb load. Um, but I'm not sure about it actually causing depression. I would have to do more research into that. Trying to decide how I feel about this. Gay frogs. Oh, dependence. Got it. I mean, sugar is an addictive chemical, so is a lot of things. Like yeah, sugar is an addictive chemical. But so are a lot of things that we consume. Like anything that is capable of producing a reward response within the nervous system can create a level of dependency and a level of addiction. Yeah, that includes sugar. Um, but that's really interesting. I'd have to do more research into that one, but yeah, no, that's very interesting. No, never get free. Hmm. Gone. I'm trying to decide how I feel about this chat. Gay frogs. My friends when they tried to make us afraid of bread. Do 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 do. Like I'm still not fully happy with a couple of the details on this, but I think it's solid for the most part. I'll admit it was earlier like Icon's tasteful little bit of midriff that made me go maybe I should do more how do I say like just slightly fan servicey art here and there, you know. Actively trying to remember where the study was from my memories failing my ass. No worries if you can't find it. If you do find it, feel free to send it my way though, because like neuroscience is my shit. Neuroscience is quite literally my specialty. When I go, because like it would go. How this jacket is actually moving? It's gonna go here. Hmm. Cut it out, left for dead. Wanted with a bounty on my head. I'ma keep moving along. Bringing my crown when I go into the ground. Bury me face down. Bury me face down. Chat, I love Brian David Gilbert. Chat, fucking love Brian David Gilbert. Quick search gave me a few articles and reports, both from this year and the past year, but no study itself. Trying to find an article. No rush or worry if you can't find it. Finding studies is difficult sometimes. Yeah, I love Brian David Gilbert. Hello, Rico. Bye bye. Which part of the brain handles regularly scheduled art block? That's probably going to be an issue somewhere in the prefrontal cortex. Uh, It might have something. Okay, I don't really know what causes art block. It really depends on where the art block is being like sourced from. I would guess it is something to do with reward responses or executive dysfunction. Honestly, I feel like sometimes art block is kind of just a word the artist community came up with for executive dysfunction in some ways. I don't know. Oh. Do I like this? Synapses. Yo, thank you for the raid, Claude Mods. Can we get a shout out? How are you doing tonight? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard on the internet. I'm a leftist, an anarchist. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. I do video essays. I make loud queer art, and you should watch it. You should pay attention to my loud queer transgressive art. If leftist politics, if punk vibes, if trans rights all sound like shit that you're good with, you're down for, give my shit a look. It's lovely to see ya. We're currently doing some art. We're probably going to be winding down relatively soon, but it's wonderful to have you. Also, ads will be hitting soon. I'm so sorry. Eating you. What if I eat? Does that help? Listen, I'm just a loud punk on the internet. Lovely to have you. Everyone give some love to Claude. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Honestly, I need to get back on the YouTube Shorts grind, because as much as I don't like doing them, I am realizing they are kind of very fundamental to a lot of the work that I want to be doing. Chat, I kind of don't like doing YouTube Shorts, but I feel like I have to. Thinking on that a bit recently. Putting guys as soon as I arrive. Listen, it's not my fault. I don't control it. I don't control it. I can only do so much. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm just a weird punk dog on the internet. But, you know, doing YouTube Shorts kind of sucks as a creator, if I can be so honest. Like, they're so unrewarding, and your chances of actually seeing success are minuscule. As it were a mirror up to your mirror. I'm not a guinea pig. I'm a loud punk dog. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm a loud punk dog on the internet. Type that has to actively stop myself from using shorts because it aggravates my ADHD in a way that can only be described as a fighting game. See, here's the thing, okay? YouTube shorts make no fucking money. With a YouTube short, I put like 4 to 6 hours of my time into like scripting and editing a video that is going to be seen by anywhere from like 1,000 to 50,000 people Which, don't get me wrong, not a small number of folks, but most of those folks will never go to see my other content. Will never poke around to see what I'm about beyond that short. And even if that short does hit those higher numbers, it's still going to make me like $10. I have had shorts hit, the 30 to 50K range, and I've made less than $10 on them. The same number of views on a like long form video gets me over $100. I hate doing YouTube shorts. Ah! Ah! Thank you so much for the gift sub, Hunter. Barber Bite Bite, how dare you? It means the world. Any amount of income I make doing this is so important to me. It allows me to live my life. But yeah, like, I'm gonna be so real. Doing short form content is just rarely worth it to me when I make so little doing it, and when it is so unrewarding for growth. I do shorts. I don't feel the drive to do shorts very regularly anymore when they don't really bring folks to my content, or at least very rarely bring folks to my content, and when they don't even make money. I will probably still occasionally do them just because I kind of have to. When I have more important things to say that are time sensitive, or if I have like something I want to write a short about, I probably will. But I'm not going to go out of my way for them anymore, I don't think, which is unfortunate because like I think they do align well with my mission as a creator, as far as like education and information. But I don't like doing them, and they suck. I don't like doing them. So the real money maker is TikTok. Oh yeah, I make so much more money on TikTok than I do on YouTube Shorts, with short form videos, and it's very unfortunate. It bothers me. Why not make them clickbaitish, or is that not a thing you're comfortable? Do I not? Okay. Here's the thing. You can't really clickbait on shorts because very rarely do they get presented with the thumbnail and title. You kind of just have to rely on getting people to pay attention within the first few seconds. Um, your only option is to get people to stay in those first few seconds. Um, but how do I say? I you can't clickbait with title and thumbnail, and like I've tried to. It's very rare that people stay regardless, and I just don't like making them. So they're probably going to be a lot more frequent in my content. Send it to you, but there are multiple articles from different sources. No pressure to, but feel free. Like I do try to be clickbaity with my shorts as much as I don't like to. Am I not doing that? Short thumbnails kind of just whatever frame from the actual video YouTube decided to put it on. You can manually assign a frame, but it has to be a frame from the video. Yes. Um, do I not clickbait with my shorts? Have the opposite problem with short content. Jumps in so quick that I can't adjust my focus, so I don't know what's happening, so I don't watch them. Valid. I don't like making them. They suck. It's so much effort for no reward. The couple I've had blow up, and like I know why the couple that have blown up have blown up. It's because I've given like very easy calls to action. It's like, oh, hey, everyone watching, here's this thing to be aware of. Go call your representative, or come lurk in my stream during this fundraiser, and you can raise money to help protect people who are, uh, help communities that are being impacted by ICE, etc., etc. Thank you for the hydrate. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Could always use snippets from long form videos. That's what I do, and they get nothing. Like, I'm gonna be honest, they bring no traction. I've tried that. That's what my most recent 3 shorts have all been, and nothing. Like, I think, how do I say? I think it's really easy to assume that. Okay, chat. Going to my YouTube analytics real quick. Where is my button for this? I have a button for this. Where is it? Fuck you. There we are. So these are my YouTube analytics. These are my recent shorts. My 3 most recent shorts are all shorts that are, snippets from my videos where I talk about them, and you can see they perform significantly worse than most of my shorts do. Make almost no money. Like, 67 cents for 3K views is fucking nothing. And people do not jump from them to the linked video. Can I see, like, what's the rate of people clicking on shit? I know there's a place where it has that. Yeah. Does it not have that button? I swear there's somewhere where it tells you how many people clicked on the related video button. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here where it actually tells me where or how many people clicked on the thing. Because there is a little button in this short which will take you immediately to the video that it's from. And I cannot see anything where it actually measures how many people clicked on that. But unfortunately, like, this is a high quality segment from my, video, and it didn't get anywhere. And that's kind of just like how it tends to go with short form content. They tend to not get very far. They tend to not see a whole lot of traction. They don't get many people staying or going to a video or anything. And I think it's really easy when you're not a content creator to assume that, like, quality content will succeed and see views, or to assume that it's very easy to manipulate these algorithms, or there's some secret trick. No, we're just throwing shit out into the void and hoping for the best. We just throw shit out into the void and hope for the best, honestly. Like, I honestly, I don't know how people think that YouTube works, or that, like, the algorithm works, or how videos succeed, or anything like that. I barely understand, but I'm doing that shit already, and it's not getting anywhere, And I don't say that to put anyone down. I'm just saying that to make the point that, unfortunately, there is no guaranteed way to succeed with this stuff, and I've very regularly found that even when videos have really great stats, they just don't tend to equate to much growth with short form. Not nearly as much opposed to long form content, which is much more likely to, get views initially and then to continue receiving views. To see, like, people actually sticking around and engaging with more content. Can I see, is there any... Can I see a number for how many people come here from shorts? Related short, 37 people came from the shorts. Which, honestly, not terrible, but, like, given there were 2 shorts I put out for this video, 37 whole people clicked on that out of the, I think, together 5,000 views that they got. So, It's a thing. It's a thing. And none of this is to put, you know, anyone down or to be overly negative. It's just to make the point that, like, unfortunately, succeeding on YouTube is a really big gamble, and I've been finding that short form content just is not worth it for me. And I want to make, like, more scripted short form content, but I'm just not particularly driven to do so right now. Oh, shit! Thank you, little bit, for the raid. Sorry, I was talking a little bit about some YouTube crap. How goes it? Hi. Welcome on in, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues. I'm loud. I'm trans. I'm a problem. How goes it? Welcome on in. Hi, hi, hi. Goblin raid indeed. Everyone, make sure you give a little bit some love. What are y'all up to? How was your night? Welcome on in, Parshi, as well. Titles in your shorts are good, but the thumbnails don't really stand out, which all shorts thumbnails look the same because of the issue mentioned before. Yeah. There's not much I can do about the thumbnail side of things. Funny bit would be that you say something that's out of pocket followed by now that I have your attention. I have done that a couple times. But, you know. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You know how I made that tabletop RPG engine? May or may not be rewriting it in Rust. Proud of you. Hope it's going well. Welcome on into Blasphemous Infidels. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Meow meow, no, the shark noises? Sharks make those noises. Welcome on in, cashlessness as well. Hi everybody, it's wonderful to see you. Like I said, loud punk bastard, my pronouns are he, him, or they, them. You can catch me talking queer and leftist issues. I'm a problem. We're doing some art. We won't be on for too much longer, most likely. We're just kind of yapping at this point. I'm very good at talking. That's my greatest skill, everybody. I'm very good at talking, and that's about it. I do love yapping, though. Getting to be here with y'all to hang out, to even if I'm just speaking off the cuff, is the love of my life. Thank you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. So you gave the numbers, more shorts you start going out there, the more folks will get them in their feed, and the personal anecdote usually takes me 5+ different shorts before I'm interested and click through. Honestly valid. I don't know. I'm just not particularly driven by short form content, and I don't think that it interests me all that much, you know. Unless I have something very specific I want to discuss, I don't, like, for a while I was doing shorts because I felt like I was supposed to, and unless I have a specific point in doing so, I'm just not sure there's much point right now. I don't think they're my current focus as a creator. Yeah, machine never stops. I love talking. And before anyone says it, I refuse to do clip content. Clips perform like shit. I don't like doing them. Fuck doing Twitch clips. That's not to put down anyone who does primarily do Twitch clips and whatnot, but, like, I have never found any kind of success. I don't enjoy watching them, and, like, very rare I've seen people succeed off of them. Mostly on the tall content side of things. Exactly. I'm too tall for this. I'm too tall for this. Nah. I take shit too seriously. I think this might be the best placement as much as I don't like it. Yeah. As much as I don't really like it, I think this is the best placement. This might be the best option I've got. Alright. In front of the other. For me, if I just ever get acknowledged by, like, the leftist content creators that I admire, that I know I've won, you know? If I ever get asked to, like, do voiceover for another video essayist work, I'll know that I've doing good enough. Thank you for the hydrate. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I appreciate it a little bit. Like, the day the leftist cooks follow me back and whatnot, I know I'm getting somewhere. I should actually follow all of the video essayists I enjoy on Blue Sky. I need to do more to, like, put myself out there both as a punk and as a video essayist. So what's another night? Hello, Iron King. Barbara bye bye. I'm usually up this late. This is like pretty normal stream time for me. Hell, I mean, I guess I normally end like 20 minutes ago, but we're not up terribly late. I'm usually up at this hour. Understand. This is in fact a normal hour for me, but I probably won't be going for too much longer. Because here's the thing, chat. I do want to keep yapping. I'm kind of at a point where, like, and I think this has been the case for a while, and I haven't wanted to admit it, where, like, I'm not really making art progress. I'm kind of just not. I wonder at the beauty and uncertainty of life. Moving forward. Just saying I'm concerned for people's health. Why? Why are you concerned for my health? You have no reason to be, you know? I mean, being concerned for my health doesn't make any sense if you don't have any reason to be, you know? That's my thing. I don't think I've given you any reason to be concerned for my health. You have nothing to worry about. You don't gotta worry about me. Like, I am up this late because I can be up this late, and this is kind of my sleep schedule, you know? Sure, it's 1:20 a.m., but that's not that fucking late. Thank you for the anonymous gift, Bark for my bite. Whoever did that, I'm gonna eat you. How dare you? I don't know. I understand people are well-intentioned, but, like, I promise that I know my limits and will abide by them, you know? I promise that, like, I don't intentionally put myself in situations that I can't handle. Um, and I know if you are not a creator or not in my shoes, like, that, it can look concerning at times, but, like, I'm fine. I don't see any reason to be particularly concerned about me. I mean, this is one of your jobs? Yeah. This is literally my income, you know? This is my job. It is one of my jobs, but also it's worth noting it's a job that I love and that I do out of love. I wouldn't dedicate hours upon hours of my life to this if it wasn't a labor of love. If it wasn't something that I cared about. A compilation that starts with "You won the battle, but the classwork goes on." I mean, it's a true statement. Let me try something. I would have to draw extra stuff if I did that. I do like that better, unfortunately. Fuck me. Good to keep in mind, not everyone is up at the crack of dawn, too. True that. Yeah. No, for me, like, my sleep schedule is just very late. I have a very delayed sleep cycle, and schedule, and I make it work. I make it work. It's definitely not for everyone, but it works for me. I fully understand that that most people cannot live my life, but I'm very happy with the life I'm living, actually. Like, I know this is not always the case, but I promise that, like, if you think your creators are, like, pushing their limits, they probably know their own limits and capacity and schedules better than you do. Chances are the creators that you follow know their lives and schedules and capacity better than you. And I don't want to put anyone down for caring, but it's a thing. Alright. I'm just not very fond of being told to rest. Most people are not built like the fops. I'm not normal. Teehee. Sleep is for the weak. Sleep is for the weak, chat. I don't need sleep. I just need to make shit. And it's the weekend. I mean, bold of you to assume I get weekends. I don't. I do not get weekends. So that point doesn't really work. But, you know, the rest of it does. Okay. I might be onto something here. Apologize if I do ever get a little bit barky and bitey when people tell me to rest. I'm just not fond of the notion, you know? I know myself. Okay, wait. Can I be nocturnal myself? Yeah. I like being nocturnal. I enjoy it. I am weak, but mornings don't need to happen, honestly. I say fuck having a healthy sleep schedule. I mean, okay. Please do what is best for you. And if what's best for you is, like, having a normal, healthy sleep schedule, then thumbs up. Have fun. Enjoy. I know for me, though, that, like, trying to abide by a normative schedule doesn't work, and that's okay. That's alright. I've found these schedules and means that allow me to live my life and to keep creating. And I'm certainly not perfect, but I would say I'm quite fulfilled by everything that I am doing on a day to day. I would recommend most people have a sleep schedule. It just doesn't fucking work for me. Okay. I don't know what to do about the arm there. Maybe I need to sketch that shit. Because I think the other arm is hidden very nicely, but this one might need a little bit of reference. Maybe, Let me just grab like a green. Because I think... Yeah. I think it is literally just like that. Yeah. Alright. So if I come here... Hmm. Meet inside. Hmm. Chat, art hard. Chat, art is hard. Chat, what the fuck? It's not fair. Chat, art's hard and I don't like it. What the fuck? Hi, Mannequin Enthusiast. We're probably not going to be live for too much longer. We're doing a little bit. I'm trying to like just get to a good stopping point, I think, with this at this rate. Because, okay, I want to stream. I'm just kind of overdrawing right now, you know? I want to stream. I'm just kind of overdrawing at the moment. May have forgot you were streaming. That's how it goes sometimes. I don't normally, or rather, I haven't been able to regularly stream on Fridays lately, so rare Friday stream. Get in that rare Friday stream in while we can. Especially because I'm gonna be like out of the state pretty soon. For a few days, there's gonna be like very few streams next week. I felt like I owed y'all an extra one. Before I had to say goodbye for a few days. I'm gonna be basically gone for 5 days straight. I think this is the first stream I've seen where you do a whole stream that was art. I used to do art streams very regularly. Um, in the past, it was pretty common for me to do like 6 hour long art streams where I just lock in on art for 6 hours. But I'm gonna be honest, recently it's been one, I haven't had that many art projects like since I kind of closed my commissions. Um, and I do want to reopen my commissions later this year, but like it's been, how do I say? It's not that I don't like doing them. It's just that there's so many games I want to play that have felt more interesting and more prudent, that I haven't been able to fit them in with the regularity that I want. I enjoy doing art streams. Don't get me wrong. They've just become very low priority compared to a lot of my other content forms. Do, 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 all I've got, so oh, the road. Oh shit, I'm noticing I don't really like how this is resting. I face all my worst fears if you leave me here. Leave me here. Please don't leave me here. Okay. So I kind of struggled with that for a while for nothing. Fuck me. It's fine. Lost my train of thought. Do, 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 do. This is comfortable. I'm glad. I do enjoy doing the art streams, like I said, and I want to find space to do them more regularly. They've just become kind of low priority. It's nice to have a space to just be able to lock in on drawing for a bit. I do find it cozy, and I do find like when I am able to focus, it does get me to actually get like you know art done. Um, but I haven't had many art projects lately aside of advertisements for events and YouTube thumbnails and this one commission that I desperately need to finish. Um, so do with that as you will. Need to die so. The road I'll never forget. All my worst fears if you leave me here. Hmm. All my worst fears if you leave me here. I should also sleep. I'm having a week of all time. I hope things are okay. And I send all my love. Somebody speaking of sleep schedules, I should head to bed. You take care, Baphomet. Always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to have you. You're a loved member of the community. Like your art streams use the talk while arts. You ever nice. I think they're very cozy. I think they're comfy. They give me time to be productive. But they do take a lot of energy and they require me being able to get in the zone. And some days I'm just not in the zone. Some days I'm just not in the zone, and that's okay. Pretty sure my 2 years of working at the worst place on earth caught up with me after I quit. Understandable, no. I hope you're able to take some time to rest soon because you deserve it. This song is 2004 by Anthony Amorim. The last song was Leave Me Here by High M Case. Oh, I can't play it. Oh. This is a song that my... I'm debating whether to let this play, chat. This is a song that my best friend, when we were like teenagers, wrote and produced together. And it's like the only song of mine that is still up on streaming services. Jesus Christ. We used to make music together, and this is like the only thing that's still up from that. Sorry, I'm getting hit with emotions now. I need to message him. Fucking hell. Chad, I gotta text him. I hope he's doing well. Oh. This is stuff we wrote when we were teenagers. We were, fuck, when was this? This was 2020. So we were 18 when we wrote this, actually. We were 18. This is not me. This is him. This was my buddy Juno. Hello, Mythics! Bark Bite Bite. He was very talented. That's me. This is really old. It's really old, but it's a little cringe, but there is a lot of damn. Oh, I'm poking around and I'm crying because apparently this is still on his playlists. Wait. Wait. I'm gonna get emotional. I'm gonna get emotional if he still listens to this shit. I'm gonna cry if I find out he still listens to this shit. It's fine. This is a song we wrote a long time ago. Me pitching my voice down back then even. Gonna make me cry at this rate. This is some edgy shit that we wrote when we were 18. He was so talented, and I really hope that he's still making stuff. I need to message him. We haven't spoken since he left the state. He was my best friend. I'm gonna cry, chat. I'm gonna cry at my own tragic backstory. You know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna see if he's done anything more recently. Are you still making music, my old friend? Okay, so you don't use this account anymore. And I'm pretty sure you still use this account. Oh. Yeah, this was posted a couple years ago, but that's really cool. Wait. Are you in a band now? Yeah, holy shit. He's in a fucking all rock band now, based. Do y'all have any shit out yet? Okay, there's nothing yet, but damn. Wait, there might be. Give me a second, give me a second. No, they have a whole, yeah, they have an album out. Released a single a couple weeks ago. I'm so glad that he's still making shit. I need to chat with him again sometime. Chat. Chat. Okay. I'm gonna do something a little risky here. I'm gonna do something a little risky here. But apparently, and don't say anything if you do go check out and listen to stuff, but apparently this is like so this is my like teenage years, like 16 through 18 best friends, like new band. Uh we were best friends. I think we were best friends like 14 through 18. And then he left the state, and this is his band. He's the one in the black and white button-up shirt. That's Juno. Don't say anything. Don't be like, hey, I found you off this Twitch stream. Go message your old buddy. I'm probably gonna DM him sometime like tonight or tomorrow just to catch up and see how he's doing. But fuck, hell yeah. I miss him. I miss him a lot. Jesus Christ. This shit goes hard. I'm so proud of him. What the fuck? I'm so proud of him. Go listen to Smile with Your Eyes. Hell yeah. I really need to start, like, fucking making music again. Alright, you know? This is proving to me that I really need to start making music again. I'm getting laps spun around me by, like, my fucking childhood friends. I know that he's doing a lot of really cool art these days. And I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of him, but I don't know. I need to catch up. I need to catch up. It was the band is Smile with Your Eyes. Once I only pull it up again. Smile with Your Eyes. There you go. I'm gonna fucking DM him later. I'm gonna DM him later. One's like, I gotta stretch after that. I got a lot in my brain. Yeah, it fucking slaps. I gotta catch up, you know? I feel like I gotta catch up in life, because this goes hard. What the fuck, y'all? Why are my, like, former friends doing cool things and living full lives? I need to catch up. I need to... Oh, hello, Silly Sparrow. I need to catch up. I need to, take the time to, like, start doing shit with my life. I want to get there. I want to be doing things that I am as proud of as I imagine those friends are proud of their shit. I want to have that much to show for myself. I want to have that much to show for myself. Alright. I got some catching up to do. You know, I need to start making music again. Shit, god damn it. Chat, I'm having feelings and emotions. What the hell? This is really sweet. It's making me cry a little. I'm on the verge of crying. Like, how do I say? I'm gonna be turning 25 this year, and I know I've accomplished a lot in that time. You know, I am partnered on Twitch. I make music. I know I do a lot of really cool, really valuable stuff. But sometimes I've looked upon his life from a distance, and I'm like, uh, he's had his art up in galleries and shit, and it feels that he and we very much went our separate ways, and he's still existing a lot more in the fine art world. And he found a place for himself amidst all of that. Meanwhile, I kind of burnt out and ended up a weird little Twitch streamer. Which there's no shame in that. I still consider this art to be valuable. I still am proud of the things I'm doing now, but it makes me feel oftentimes like I need to catch up. But it's not too late. And whenever I see the people around me, people that I aspire to and look up to making cool shit, it makes me want to buckle down and create again. It makes me want to... It drives me to create bigger and better things. I know I'm capable, and I know that I'll be able to. It just requires me to really dedicate myself. I'm gonna have to see if I still have his contact info. I wonder. I'm wondering if I can find his shit. Is the server still around? Sorry, I'm like... I'm digging right now. I don't know. I'll have to dig later and see if I can still find his shit. Um, I'll have to see if I can still find his contact info. I probably have some means to reach out to him somehow. If you ever need a roadie, I'll help you get you where you're going. I appreciate that. We'll see. Sorry, I'm emotional now. Fuck. Hope soon I can find the drive you have. Always be better. Haven't found that drive to be anything yet. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you can. Chat, I think after that, I need to go, like, compose a message to an old friend and do some catching up and do some reflecting on, like, how I want to push myself as an artist. Gonna be so honest. After that, I need to take a second to, like, figure out my next directions and next steps. I've got a lot of thoughts and feelings. So I'm gonna go and find someone to raid. But it's been wonderful being here, as it always is. I appreciate everything you all do. Let me see who all is on for me to send y'all off to. We could always say hello to Stella. Do love Stella. Let me see if anyone else catches my eye, though. I've been very much getting into a cycle of just raiding people I already know lately. I'm not gonna lie. It's a hard cycle to get out of. But it's easy and convenient and all that. Alright. Sorry for getting a bit emotional there at the end. That's how it goes sometimes. I'm gonna send you all over to Stella. It's wonderful having you, as it always is. Hopefully I'll see you all sometime in the near future. I will next be live. When am I gonna be live? Shit. I'm gonna be live on... Fuck. Tomorrow. I'm gonna be live tomorrow, Saturday, 7 p.m. EST. What am I saying? I'll catch you then. If I don't catch you then, hope to catch you again sometime in the near future. Y'all take care of yourselves. It's been a pleasure being here, as per always. Signing off from the archive.